Well, welcome everyone, and certainly welcome to our live streamers who have just obviously tapped into our General Council meeting for today. Councillors, I think we've got and many of us are going reverting to the old manual system of working with a printed agenda today. And obviously people are on version 1, version 2 adoption tab, obviously access their agendas today, but certainly I'll be working with the old school method. Councillors, we've got all our councillors present here today. There are no apologies. Is there any leave of absence required in the foreseeable future, councillors?
Yes, Chair, I'd like to request a leave of absence for the next meeting on the 25th. 25th, thank you very much.
Any other leave of absence? Someone like to move that we accept Councillor Depp, moved by Councillor Robert Smith, seconded by Councillor Nixon. The Councillor Burnley should be given leave of absence for the general meeting the 25th of June. Moved and seconded. Those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. Okay, councillors. Today we're, I guess, again blessed to have a member of the churches together. Obviously here today. We have Pastor Rod McLennan from the General Presbyterian Church is here today. And without being too fine a point on it, looking very fit and well, an avid Saturday park runner. What time, best time?
21:15. That was a while ago.
Councillor Valley.
No further sense as to quite Rod, just going to the best time.
Competitive time.
Wait when we start.
But more than that particular skill that we require from him today, obviously, is that he might provide some prayer and mentoring around us before we open this meeting. So over to you, Rod.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, often I get asked by people, how do I come up with new things to say every Sunday? How do you decide what you're going to speak about? Different ministers will do different things. Us in the Presbyterian Church, I just pick a book of the Bible and we work through it from to finish, and we come up with. Yeah, you just stumble on these passages that aren't always familiar to everyone, and so I'm going to share with one of them with you guys today that we tackled at church the other week. Most people know the story of David and Goliath. Young David, who later became king, but took on this monstrous warrior and defeated him against the odds. But he, as you read on the story of David, he has some low points as well. But I don't even think the Goliath thing is his highest point. At the point that he kills Goliath, he makes the current king, Saul, look really good because he's won a great battle for him. And then Saul's daughter falls in love with David and he hands her over in marriage. Saul's son pledges allegiance to David. Everyone in the nation just falls for David, and Saul himself, who is the king, really accepts David almost as a son. But then it all turns very suddenly when Saul overhears the women of the nation singing a song, and their song goes something like, Saul has killed his thousands, but David his tens of thousands. And suddenly, when Saul realises how much everyone else loves David, he becomes really achingly jealous of David, violently jealous. And a couple of times in the palace, he tries to pin David to a wall with a spear. He does it 3 times over, and each time David evades, and eventually David flees. Even though he's shown nothing but honour to his king, there's no place for him in the kingdom anymore. And there's a few different stories where Saul is pursuing David. There's one where Saul is after David in the wilderness, and he's got 3,000 men with him. And while he's looking for David, it comes to pass, as it always does, that Saul needs to go to the bathroom. He needs to relieve himself, and so he finds a cave, and he gets half undressed in the cave to do a poo, basically. And what he doesn't know is that David and a handful of his men are hiding in the back of that same cave. And David's men with him say, David, your enemy has been delivered into your hands. He's about as vulnerable as a man can get. Now is your chance to take your revenge. And so David like stealthily creeps forward and he takes out a knife, but all he does is he just cuts off a little bit of Saul's robe that's lying on the ground, and he creeps back, and Saul pops up relieved and totally unknowing, and he leaves the cave, and David then comes out after him, waving the bit of cloth and saying, "Saul, I've done nothing but good for you, and even now the Lord delivered you into my hands, and I didn't raise a finger against you." And essentially Saul is ashamed by David's kindness, and he leaves David alone. But then almost the same thing happens. Sometime later, Saul, again, he's an unhinged man, and he comes out again with thousands of men again to find David. And David gets wind of where Saul is encamped, and David and one of his soldiers creep through the lines while Saul and the others are asleep, and they're standing over Saul while he's asleep. And Saul's own spear is stuck in the ground beside him, the same spear probably that Saul had tried to skewer David with on a number of occasions. And David's servant who's with him says, "Again, now's your chance. Why don't you let me take Saul's spear and pin him to the ground like he tried to pin you?" But what David does is he takes Saul's spear and he runs off with it, and he runs outside the camp and then calls out and says, "Saul, here I am with your spear. You know what I could have done. I could have killed you, but of course I didn't." And again, Saul he's broken and embarrassed by David's kindness for him. And all of this just, I guess, to get back to some words that Jesus said, and some of these will be familiar words, I'm sure. In the book of Matthew, Jesus says, "You have heard that it was said, love your neighbour and hate your enemy." And Jesus even goes on to say, basically, even criminals and lowlifes can, love their neighbour. Anyone can love someone who loves them back. But Jesus expands to say, "But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you," which again is a pretty radical kind of love that not everyone's up for. But that's what Jesus promotes, and I think it's what David embodied really in his best moments. David's best moments weren't when he was in war, but when he was showing the love of God to people. So I'm going to say just a really short prayer for you guys, and thanks for your attention. Father God, we thank you for your great love for us. We thank you that even while we were your enemies, you sent your own son Jesus to die for us, so that we might return to you. Jesus has taught us how to love, and we pray that you'll help us to love like him. I pray for the counsellors here as they make decisions and choices for the sake of our community. Pray that you'll help them to act with integrity and the love of God. Pray in Christ's name. Amen.
Thanks very much, Rod.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Great story.
See you in 12 months.
Yeah.
Or at Christmas time. Yeah. Thanks very much, Rod.
Thank you.
Right, councillors, if we go back to our agendas, I certainly take the opportunity to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today, and we pay our respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. Councillors, the next part of the agenda is in relation to the confirmation of our minutes of the previous meeting, which was held in Blackwater on the 28th of May. So would someone who's present there like to move those, please? Moved by Councillor Wimbledon, seconded by Councillor Godwin-Smith. Councillors, if you could just view those. Acknowledging again that wonderful opportunity to be down in Blackwater for that day, and hospitality extended by certainly the community down there for our visit. I guess a tip, we can actually make sure that those are present, so remove those between them. All right, councillors, if you're happy with those, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Any business arising out of those minutes? We almost a review of the outstanding actions we want to supersede some of that, but there's nothing in there. I think, councillors, we've run those eyes over those, so Those ongoing actions, a review of the outstanding meeting actions, councillors. There's some updated comments on these. Any comments there? Quite a few. There is obviously some reports in our agenda today, obviously this will supersede some of the comments here as well. All right, well, there's nothing in those upcoming agenda items. Councillors, as usual, if there's something you need to add to those or something that comes out of your committees or a strategic discussion that should be on there, we can get those onto that. Just that, I guess you'd say the business no. Right, councillors, material personal interest, conflicts of interest, personal gifts and benefits, and I respectfully suggest there's a whole heap of agenda items there, and there are 3 late agenda items that you've all seen. There's a third one there, I think that you've just been notified has been uploaded to Docs on Tap. So, any declarations, councillors?
Haven't seen that last item.
The last item, councillors, is in relation to the Olive Downs mine project, specifically a communication from the Coordinator General in relation to the Strong and Sustainable Resources Act. So Marty's organised for hard copies to be distributed. We're having some technical problems with Docs on Tap, so that's the nature of that report. There's also a late report in relation to CQ Rock, and specifically about rules of debate and unanimous voting, those sorts of things. That was issued earlier.
Yep, and the CHDC Constitutional Amendment.
That's right, it's the CHDC Constitutional Amendment 7. But if you are having any difficulties, please put your hand up and we'll endeavour to fix it during the meeting, or we'll get you manual copies.
So get a couple copies, please, because that's what I'm looking at.
It is just,
Yeah, can you on?
Yeah, I
Thank you. Council can't see it.
Well, we'll just get a couple of hard copies and just book the forklift to get them back in here. Well, the anticipation that obviously there are no petitions, I'm assuming, from the CEO.
No.
Right, so the decision action report is going to be certainly from the community section with relation to a development application. So those members that might be speaking to that might assemble. That's in relation to the development application in MCU. Joseph or Ryan, are you dealing with that one? So if you want to come down, we're just going to get some more agendas lined up, Joseph, just so council can view. There's quite a lot of material there. If they'd like to have that in front of them while we discuss this. Bit of a trick, Joseph, but it's in the middle, sort of a little bit, yeah. It's reflecting on your karaoke skills. I think if you probably slide that microphone at the top back, but you should get it back. So the, yeah.
how are you doing that?
Councillors backing down, Councillors Daniel.
Daniel,
I've got one now.
Daniel's got a
It's
copy.
1981.
I'm just going to try going back into the old Docs on Tap. I'm okay with the old version. Yeah. Something to be said about our image.
Exactly right. Just bring something on.
We work better, maybe.
Yeah.
Not working, Councillor McGrath? No, sir. You actually need to print one in.
It's coming along. It's a process that's being printed.
Okay.
So it's common, obviously intended.
can bring them in and then share with them.
We can put it up on the screen just to be able to work through it.
Councillor Magan, are you happy if we get it up on the screen and actually work through it?
Yeah, it's on.
All right.
We're
All
gonna
right,
do
well,
that, yeah.
Is it on the website?
Yes, it is,
Yeah, let's just go to the website.
except for the late agenda number 3, but the others are on the website.
CHR's on the website.
Well, while Councillor Mackendale
You're right.
talks about it, we've got it on the screen there, so we can have the presenters refer to certain sections and navigate through the report that way.
page 20, I think it was. Yeah, okay. All right, well, I'll hand over to our gentleman as a Daniel Fletcher, anybody to do some introductions around this development application.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, councillors, this report for your decision is around material change of use at 35 Pritchard Road, which is an extension to the existing motel by 36 units. The assessment was lodged on the 14th of September, but was considered properly made on the 28th of September last year. In search of brevity, I'll pass it straight over to our senior planner, Ryan, to take you through the details.
Thank you, Daniel. Good afternoon, Mr Mayor, through you. I present development application NCU 033.1 2018 for council's consideration. NCU 033 for material change of use of premises seeks to expand the existing 40-unit accommodation use at Pritchard Road Country Resort with an additional 36 short-term accommodation units that will result in a total of 76 short-term accommodation units. The application was lodged with council for assessment on 14 September and considered properly made on 28 September 2018. Pritchard Road Country Resort is located within council's urban growth boundary at 35 Pritchard Road, Emerald, within the rural residential zone under the Central Highlands Regional Council planning scheme. It's also encumbered with significant flood hazard. Figure 1 of the report illustrates the surrounding residential developments, consisting mainly of constructed rural residential dwellings on large standalone rural residential acreage properties, whilst figure 3, 4 and 5 provide greater detail on the proposed development, including the proposed site plan, the built form design, and building perspectives showing the prefabricated modular design of the new units. By way of a background, the previous application for a material change of use to extend the Pritchard Road Country Resort with an additional 120 accommodation units under the former Emerald Shire planning scheme was refused during council general meeting on 26 June 2013 for reasons of flooding, zoning inconsistencies and impacts on residential amenity, as well as submissions received. Some of the submissions claimed that the premises was being unlawfully used for works accommodation at that time. Being impact accessible, the current proposed development underwent public notification on the 12th of April until the 9th of May 2019, in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act 2016, during which time nil properly made submissions were received. Nevertheless, since finalising this report, 2 not properly made submissions from nearby residents in opposition to the proposed development have been received. With regards to maintaining procedural fairness, it's noted that Council's information request dated 24 October 2018 stated that the proposed development was not supported in its current form for various reasons, and that a partial refund of application fees were applied if the application material was withdrawn prior to lodgement of a formal response. Nevertheless, the applicant elected to continue with the assessment, providing an informed information response on 9 April this year, requesting that Council proceed with the assessment of the application. In short, the proposed development conflicts with several important permitting provisions and assessment benchmarks, including the following. The application for material fails to adequately demonstrate sufficient grounds of planning need for the proposed development to occur within the rural residential zone, given the availability of a more appropriately zoned and flood-free land. The proposed development will necessitate a higher order of provision of infrastructure and services than what is intended for traditional single standalone residential dwellings on large rural residential lots, and will result in an out of sequence delivery of infrastructure. As such, the proposed development does not comply with the planning scheme strategic framework, specific outcomes 3.3.1b. The proposed development is to intensify residential development in an area subject to flooding inundation and will result in an increase in the number of persons and property exposed to higher levels of flood risk than that of flood-free land. As such, the proposed development does not comply with planning scheme strategic framework, specific outcome 3.3.2.1b, 7. The proposed development in its current form does not comply with the planning scheme strategic framework, specific outcomes 3.3.4.4d, for rural residential neighbourhoods and will result in a higher density development that does not commensurate with the overall park-like residential setting of the rural residential neighbourhood. Number 5. The proposed development does not comply with the planning scheme strategic framework specific outcomes 3.3.4G and will not result in development that commensurate with single detached dwellings on large park-like rural residential lots. Number 6. The proposed development does not comply with the planning scheme strategic framework specific outcomes 3.3.4.5 and occurs within a location where it would compromise the ability of the existing land parcel to be further subdivided for urban purposes to its full extent. Number 7. Proposed development does not provide flood-free access to the site for effective and efficient disaster management purposes, response actions by emergency and disaster management services in the event of a flood event, and will unduly burden the recovery capability and capacity of these services. As such, the proposed development does not comply with planning scheme strategic framework specific outcome 3.3.81F. Number 8. The proposed development seeks to establish a district centre activity outside the identified district centre activity, district activity centres. As such, the proposed development does not comply with the planning scheme strategic framework specific outcome 3.8.2.1B. Number 9. Proposed development impacts on and does not provide for future low density residential uses in the form of dwelling houses to be established on a range of large rural residential lots within a park-like setting. As such, the proposed development does not comply with the planning scheme rural residential zone code of outcome 6.2.1 or 2.2a. Number 10. Almost there. The proposed build form does not commensurate with the predominant park-like rural residential character and scale of the rural residential zone. As such, the proposed development does not comply with the planning scheme rural residential zone code overall outcome 6.2.1.2.2e. 11. Proposed development results in an increase in the number of persons on property at risk of flood hazard. As such, the proposed development does not comply with planning scheme rural residential zone code overall outcome 6.2.1.2.2i. 12. Nature and scale of the development intended to occur within the rural residential zone is for a single detached dwelling houses on large lots within park-like residential setting. The infrastructure and services required to service the proposed development does not commensurate with and exceeds the nature and scale of development intended to occur within the rural residential zone. As such, the proposed development does not comply with planning scheme rural residential zone code of outcome 6.2.1.2.2. 13. Proposed development is for a sensitive land use and within an area of unacceptable flood risk. As such, the proposed development does not comply with the planning scheme flood hazard overlay code, overall outcome 7.2.5.2.2c. And 14 and last, the proposed development features a residential density that is out of character with the surrounding rural residential lots of the local area and therefore conflicts with the planning scheme multi-unit residential uses code. Table 8.3.9.3.1, performance outcome 3. In conclusion, the applicant proposes a higher density development within a flood hazard area. It does not commensurate with the overall park-like rural residential setting of the rural residential neighbourhood intended under the planning scheme, and is therefore starkly juxtaposed with the intended scale, character and sense of place and community identity identified for rural residential neighbourhoods. It will also necessitate a high order of provision of infrastructure and services and what is intended for traditional single standalone residential dwellings and large rural residential lots, resulting in an out sequence delivery of council's infrastructure. As such, it's recommended that council by way of resolution refuse development application MCU 033.1/2018 for the reasons outlined within the report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, I'm happy to receive any questions.
Right, thanks, Ryan. Obviously, you provided the 14 different reasoning there behind the recommendations there for refusal. It obviously has a long history, and obviously some, over that period of time, I think that's almost 9 years, there's been obviously different levels of development on that site. I suppose the obvious question I wanted to ask at the start is that, for context, I mean, given that there is certainly a level of development on that site and the conditions and the reasons relate to, a lot of the amenity and certainly the outcomes desired, what impact does the fact that there is already a level of existing development on that site create in respect of those reasons?
Obviously, we have to recognise what's there at the moment. We can't backtrack on that. We do also recognise that there is a significant large balance of development remaining. The continued propagation of the expansion of the existing use obviously will take up the remainder of that balance, or has the potential to take up the remainder of that balance. And irrespective, will essentially be out of context with the surrounding rural residential properties in this nearby location. We've got 8 rural residential properties just to the north of it, directly north of it. We've got directly over the west on the Dwellings Road, these rural residential properties to the south of it. We've got a vacant parcel of land to its east, which is also flood encumbered. So we really have kind of smack bang in the middle of rural residential neighbourhoods. We do have to recognise that under the former scheme that there was local approvals for those 40 accommodation units. However, under the current scheme and the way that it's written at a strategic level, it's just not supported for various reasons outlined.
Any other questions, Councillor? There's a lot of detail in that report.
Yes,
Councillor Nixon, sorry.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. I think that this being that they've had permission to go to their bore, to put the concrete blocks and that's still there. I am concerned it's a flood block. I know that, it gets fairly inundated. But we've also discussed just recently about the need for accommodation for travellers. Just caravans and that coming through and there is nowhere for them to go. So, I don't know, I just would like to put those points across anyway, because like later in the day we look at, kind of bloody country for ourselves. I mean, so there are ways and means about utilising it if they really need to go ahead and want to. Just a comment.
Yes, no, thank you. Any other comments, queries, or questions? No? All good? Right. Well, as I said, there's been obviously a significant history back to this, and in that period of time, there's obviously been changes to the scheme, I guess you'd say. So, notwithstanding the different mechanisms and certainly the outlines of the timelines that have been indicated in here that's been given into consideration, Councillor, the recommendation is there, and I know it starts off with a very simple line, and it says that pursuant to Section 60 of the Planning Act, the council refused that application, and then the 14 reasons have been given there as a recommendation.
I just have one more question.
Yep.
Was something I meant to raise earlier, and that is in relation to the public notification period in relation to this. It was just a little unusual because I know that community around there have got their antennas up fairly well in terms of anything that's going on the street. Are we sure that the applicant appropriately advertised within the notification period?
Mayor, through you, Councillor, that's an excellent question. In fact, on track, I've taken the liberty of putting the site inspection photos of both of those advertising signs for your reference, whereby you can see where those advertised signs were placed. Essentially, the Act states that it needs to be in accordance with the development assessment rules, planning notification needs to be carried out. And in fact, it states that it needs to be on the property boundary, where it's visible from the road frontage. That's all in Schedule 3 of the development assessment rules. Certainly by way of where those signs were placed, whilst there is a extended road reserve area, they were compliant with the requirements of the relevant legislation.
Thank you. You've answered my question.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Goldman-Smith. All right, Councillor, there's no other questions or the recommendation. Is there someone having to move that? Moved by Councillor Goldman-Smith, seconded by Councillor Bibbulcombe. So that's on page 20, which is the recommendation there and the 14 reasons. It's been moved and seconded. All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Joseph. Well, councillors, staying certainly with the decision reports. Next is agenda items on page 72, which relates to the Central Highlands 2022 Community Plan Refresh. And the Department of General Manager Daniel Fletcher, and I think Suzanne Culver and Bernadette Crawley are here as well, so I'll leave it to them to introduce this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, councillors, this decision report for the community plan refresh is hopefully fresh in everybody's mind. We met with councillors on the 30th of April. Showed you a brief form to go through the details of this particular draft at the time, and it was noted while we had condensed the larger document into something quite smaller, it was some important information from those smaller communities was left out in terms of the detail. So you'll see now in the draft, the team has done a great job at making sure we capture that uniqueness to the communities, and I'll hand it over to Suzanne and Bernadette to run us through those details now.
Thanks, Daniel. Through the Mayor. So in compiling the refreshed community plan, council officers have provided 5 opportunities for councillors to provide their feedback. And as Daniel said, the most recent of those was at the strategic debriefing forum on the 30th of April, where the draft fresh from the graphic designer was presented. As well as this engagement with councillors, there has been, sorry, I'm losing my voice, I think, there has been an online survey with community to validate that the content is still relevant to our community. And the
Suzanne, could I just prevail on you to, I know your voice is a little wavy, if you could get that a little bit closer. It's on, it just requires a little bit of balance without it tipping towards you. Beautiful, there you go. Thank you, Suzanne.
Thanks very much. Oh, is that better? Can you hear me? You don't want to hear me? Sorry about that, you'll have to.
I didn't hear you before, actually.
Oh, well done. Okay, thanks very much for that feedback. Okay, so we were just talking about the feedback that's gone into the creation of this refresh. So the executive leadership team has also, we've sought feedback from the executive leadership team, and feedback from them has also been included. And they support this plan being presented to you today. So all the feedback that's been received has been considered and is reflected in this refreshed document. And so I just want to particularly draw council's attention to the changes that were made as per the requests on the 30th of April. And so that was in the heading under each of the strategic priorities, and we've changed the heading from our goals to our aspirations. We've made the addition from page 17 to page 29 of the CRG information that was requested. We've changed some of the photography so that there's more variety in the images that you'll see throughout the document. And we've updated the challenges for the future section to read more as opportunities for the future, so they're framed positively. That's on page 9. And we've also reviewed the Remembering the Past section on page 7. So as noted in the report, the community engagement components of the refresh, they are also well underway and on track to be completed by the end of June, with a report scheduled for July. So this report today presents the refreshed Central Highlands Community Plan for councillors for consideration to be endorsed.
Right, Councillor Roll, yep.
Suzanne, is this, if you go to page 14 of that document, or 83, or whatever it is this the actual font, size of the font that's going to be in the document?
Yes, it would be. It just depends on if it printed
This is a page with the glasses on it, and I just wondered whether we needed extra glasses, because I find it quite small.
It just goes.
This is, thank you for that question. So, to be honest, I might find myself, as I'm getting older, everything seems smaller. But when I did check in with comms about the font myself, because I find all fonts seem to be harder, particularly on emails these days, that this is actually the standard font size for council strategic documents. It's not smaller than normal.
Right, okay, thank you.
So, sorry, is this smaller than a bullet bill?
No, this is as will be.
This is probably.
Yeah, so what we've done is we've just printed out on A3 because
Yes,
it's double pages. So
that's
when it prints out, when it's printed out as a booklet, it'll print out bigger only because the paper is bigger. Do you see what I
That's
mean?
what I was
So
asking.
it's to scale of the page.
Whether that's going to be it, or whether it's going to be
That's what I just.
that.
Beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Yeah, you put it on an A4 page, when it's printed, that's actually a double spread, those 2 pages that
That's
wrong. Yes,
Thank you.
So there you go.
thank you. Sorry for that.
For a minute there, the optometrist in the Central Highlands starting to look very profitable, but we've made it big enough. All right, look, obviously you've gone through the detail. We've had 3 or 4 goes at obviously 5 goes. I was just being generous. So certainly we've had a great opportunity, and I think council, that document looks like it's pretty reflective of where we hope that would be. And for all intents and purposes, that refresh process is, I think, turned out to be very beneficial. Councillors, anything else to add?
I'm quite happy with it. I think it's.
That's great. Thanks very much.
Of that last strategy session, I think you've absolutely embraced every suggestion and recommendation that came to the table, and I think it's really looking forward.
That's good, and it's been moved by Councillor Cypher. So the recommendation is there that we endorse the Refresh Central Islands 2022 Community Plan. We have a second. Councillor Daniels is seconding that. Moved and seconded. All in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. Thank you very much, Suzanne and Bernadette.
Thanks very much.
All right, councillors, the next agenda item is 12.1.3, which is the Game Plan Advisory Committee meeting number 16, which was on the 27th of May, and that lies with Manager and General Manager of Communities Daniel Fletcher again, and his team of 1. Emma, I'm sure there's more. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you, and it is with some pleasure that I can note there is more than just Emma. Background, some councillors I believe had a chance to meet Sunny, and we've also just signed the information for the 3rd Sport Rec Officer to be on board with a date that eludes my mind, but Emma might know it off the top of her head and she can share it. Mid-July. So, that is very promising for the Sport and Rec team being fully operational up and running again. But back to the report, Game Plan Advisory Committee meeting held on the 27th of May, meeting number 16. I'll throw it straight over to Emma to detail the information here. But before I do that, actually, I think it's probably a noteworthy time to mention that the game plan was nominated and became a finalist for the LGMA Collaboration Awards last week? No, last week. So that's really an indication and a reflection on the collaboration that occurred in the development and establishment of not only the advisory committee, but the engagement that occurred across the region and with all the stakeholders there. So Courtney Wheeler, our former coordinator of Sport and Rec, and Margaret Gatt were able to represent council, getting a nice kick with that award a couple of weeks ago. So noteworthy time to mention that. I'll pass it over to Emma.
Thank you, Daniel. So through the chair, this report is presenting the minutes from meeting 61 Game Plan Advisory Committee from 27th of May, with following recommendations being to you for endorsement. So Central Highlands Regional Council made no change to the current waste and water policy for active sport and recreation, with further review to be put on our infrastructure and how we're currently managing our water. To extend the duration of the Game Plan Advisory Committee under the term of reference until December 2019, and to see through the period of development and implementation of the Game Plan project, and to recruit for the vacant Game Plan Advisory Committee position and to fill the remaining term of the Game Plan Advisory.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just for some further context there, if councillors are unaware, probably another good opportunity to acknowledge Clinton Adams, who was one of the community members on the Game Plan Advisory Committee, who has ended in his resignation from that role, just due to various other commitments, as we all know. So that's the community member's role that we'll be advertising for.
Could I provide a comment? Councillor McIntyre is chair of that game plan. If you want to run through because part of this resolution talks about those last several minutes, and might be just to refresh on the reasons why we're actually extending the water and the waste program a little lot further out.
Yeah, definitely, Mr. Mayor. And as you may be well aware, I think it was back in November last year, we gave ourselves, or gave the advisory committee an extension of the 12-month, or we endorsed that we would not implement anything to do with the water side of things. And we asked for a further 12 months to do that. We're going to fall short once again in that 12 months, so we're seeking further extension before any water is undertaken in the sport and rec area, or sorry, the sports area. So yeah, we just don't have the time to do the research, I guess, into what is actually required and to what level will it be required by all different sporting levels, undertaking those regional, district and local level sporting arenas. So we're seeking more time in that. In particular, of course, we're also asking, due to the vacancy with Mr. Clinton Adams, and I too would also like to thank him, or make this time and show our gratitude for what the community member has given to this this advisory committee. He worked very diligently and offered a great deal of experience and a lot of know-how with a great deal of connection and brought a great deal to the table. So I appreciate what Clinton did or has done, and will continue to as well in the background. But yes, there is a new member that we'll be seeking. Did that answer some of your questions, Mr. Young, in regards to the actual minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, so the water is the main concern there, with infrastructure requirements and budget allocations to get that underway.
Thanks, Councillor Mayor, and certainly I thought it was appropriate that you acknowledge certainly chairing the committee. Mrs. Brown, she's still there. Lydia's still there. Danielle Spacey's obviously moved on, and obviously but they've contributed well, and as they've come along, people in the community from all parts of the Central Highlands have contributed to that committee. So,
yeah. Ben Carpenter taking Danielle's, from Springshore taking Danielle's position. Filling.
So can I just add a little bit more context through you? I just want to provide some comfort for councillors that the water infrastructure work will continue, in terms of there are a lot of identified metering issues that will not be put on hold until the Game Plan Advisory Committee determines a way forward, and that way forward may very well not change at all either. There's a likelihood it could stay the same, but in terms of where that infrastructure is, it's going to continue to be rolled out, notwithstanding the extension of this request.
So Mayor, through you, can I just make a comment about water usage? In a previous special show, we actually got a local contractor to bring in a couple of loads of water. When he came in at night time, he brought a load of water in each time to actually put on our arena, and that actually, it was raw water, so it's not depleting the Springshore Town's water supply, which, because of the actual how much water his truck can hold, it would take a fair hit out of the supply. So that was done 2 nights previous to the show and made a very big difference.
Right, councillors, look, the recommendation is there that we endorse those minutes that contained herein and adopt that following recommendation. Will someone have to move those? Councillor McIntyre moves those. Councillor Godwin Smith second. Councillors moved and seconded. All in favour? Against? Thank you.
Is that unanimous?
Yeah, sorry, go again. All in favour? Against? Councillor Bill's against. There's 8-1.
I was in favour.
Sorry.
You've got to give us time.
We had 2 goes, mate. You were the last 2.
Both times I put the hand up.
Right. Councillors, page 97, which is the plumbing application fee waiver from the Bohemia Camp Club Association. So it stays in the communities as a decision report. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Emma.
Through you, councillors, this report is brought to you due to the delegation to make a decision on this request. So under the community supporting and religious organisations, general council, community supporting religious organisations are eligible for a 50% reduction on application fees. So this application fee of $785 was received from the Bohemia Camp Draft Association, and the team has put together the information here and recommending that fee meet 50% of that total. So pass it over to.
Thank you, Daniel, and good afternoon, councillors. Through the chair, so the Bohemia Camp Draft Association has requested 100% fee waiver of the $785 funding application fee for the new evolution spot. The application was required due to unauthorised works being undertaken by the club at the Bohemia Sports Ground, which is land under council's control. The officer's recommendation for today is to approve a 50% fee reduction as opposed to the 100% fee waiver requested. This is consistent to what is supported under council's fee schedule for other community sporting and religious organisations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to take any questions.
I'll just add some context to that because it probably wasn't clear what those unauthorised works were, and I'm sure people have read the report, but it was the fact that the community, off their own steam, they're a pretty energetic community down there, and the can-do community got the funding in the toilet block there themselves, and the one step they missed was to get the application in around the plumbing. And they, on the basis that they had funded the amenities block themselves, they had asked for 100% consideration of the waiver. And I'm not just saying though, Joseph, that's not possible.
It's more for consistency on what's been applied previously for other community sporting community organisations. So under council's fee schedule, there's a bit of an advisory note that if you need a community sporting or non-for-profit organisation, you should make a request to council, which is considered a general meetings for. It's generally supported for a 50% waiver. So, but it's, I guess it's for the council to decide whether 100% is supported or not.
So the land is all ours?
Yeah, it's my understanding it's council reserve, which is, yeah.
So I was just a little bit confused, Joseph. There was in the report, it actually has a table that says total $785, which I assume was 100%. And then I was reading the summary on page 99, it says the request for 100% on the funding arrangement for the new for that property is not in accordance with the council's register and only supports 50% reduction.
Yeah.
So so that would be half of that.
That half of the $798, yeah.
And in the 89 proposed. Sorry, I was just a bit confused about whether that was half or whether that was half of that.
Okay. Under the budgeting, financial and resourcing considerations, it has the realisation of the $392.50, so half of $785.
It's really the chair, like, I know there's a policy on it, and I know that's, you know, you open a can of worms when you go outside your policy, but this has become a council asset, and for the sake of $785, I sort of really feel we should be given them 100%. Really, I mean, we have the right to do that, and I just sort of think if they're not asking $7,000, it's only $785, and they've put an asset there for council, seeing it's council money.
And it's been at no cost at all to council. I mean, I'm inclined, I'm pleased to see others feel that way, but I think I'm very comfortable in, supporting 100% in this case because, there's been no request for community grants assistance, there's been no approach to council, they've been very proactive in organising that themselves, and they just missed that step, unfortunately, of, and everything is compliant down there. To be fair, everything is done, and it's done in accordance with the regulation. It was just a retrospective.
I just sort of think 100% is just nothing.
Through the mayor, it is a very proactive community. If I had the delegated authority, I said, support of the position, as you understand that the authority is with council, so the officers have prepared the report appropriately. It's a decision.
And rightly so, but I just sort of think that
But it was brought here for that flexibility, and that's what you can provide, so if people think 100% is fair, and there's a lot of mitigating circumstances and history there that says this is an appropriate consideration, so.
Just to add further to that, Mr. Mayor, I don't think it's in the policy, it's in the
Fees.
It's in the fees and charges that it says for non-for-profit, is that what?
Yeah.
Yeah, fees and charges.
So maybe we need to, and I don't mean to bang a gun and say, let's go and change, and create a lot of work, but this is council land, and it's strange that something like this actually does come to us, because I understand it's in the fees as 50%. But do we need to have a look at those fees and charges for these circumstances, or is this something that doesn't happen too often?
Well, it doesn't happen very often. And I think that shows probably the flexibility that while we have certainly a mechanism and a proper process where we have to deal with these, we still have the flexibility that on an individual basis they can be brought here and we can consider it. And I think this is one of those times. So,
and I think if we can further encapsulate that into some conversation in our game plan 10 years, and maybe the game plan stuff, we need to do that, because that's where you'll see a lot of this.
It may come to us, and it might be then we have to obviously do some more thinking about it. Well, any other comments, councillors?
So now, I think,
Well, so if we jump, sorry,
can we just change that
if
recommendation?
the recommendation would read 100%.
100%?
Yep. So someone happy to move that? Moved by councillor Godwin-Smith, second councillor Syper. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Joseph.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that along. Right, councillors, 12.2, we make a slight move from communities to corporate services. This is in relation to some boundary realignments, and Margaret Gatt will lead us through this.
Thank you, through the chair. Council, this report is provided to you today after a request we received from Holden Regional Council on a proposal to change our local government boundaries. So our report today takes you through the reasons behind why we are suggesting that we do not support those proposed boundary changes due to the limited benefits that it would generate. And I'll hand over to James to take you through the detail of the report.
Through the chair, afternoon all. We received the correspondence from Howden in regards to the proposed boundary change, and we have done some initial investigations in regards to see if there's actually any benefit to the Central Highlands Council in regards to the matter. We, first of all, have been advised that there is 5 properties that are affected by this proposed boundary realignment. In looking at those 5 proposed properties, we realize that 2 of them are currently not valuated, and the other 3 that are valuated, they currently pay rates to us. We have looked at the process as well in terms of what requires to be done, and the request has to go through the actual minister and to be able to actually put through any requirement changes. So at the moment, purely looking at the aspect from a financial point of view, the request will take 4 of those properties into Howden local government, leaving us with only 1 of those properties out of those 5. Looking at the rates, at the moment, we're receiving about $4,341 from the 2 properties that will go to the other side. So in principle, we have looked at it and we don't see potential benefit from a potential financial point of view. And also in addition to that, there is some service requests as well in terms of the access roads that lead to this area. In particular, I believe it's Georgia Road, which we service. So if we do give these properties to the other side, we still have to maintain providing those services in those access service ways as well. So at this point, we are recommending that we do not support this request, and to then further on to that, proceed with actually getting evaluation done for the other properties that are not currently evaluated.
Thanks, James. A couple of questions. I mean, just from my study of the maps, without actually knowing the exact property names, but obviously some of their accesses comes from the Bay Calden Regional Council, their access roads.
Correct.
And I think the second question is, have we actually spoken to Bay Calden Regional Council about these?
As far as I know, we haven't formally made any responses back to them, and the reason being we wanted to get a clear direction in terms of the principle first, that are we in support of it or not. If the issue was supported or not supported, then we can initiate those conversations to address them accordingly.
Because what I'd like to see is, I mean, with the greatest respect, I mean, for the loss of $4,000,
Yeah, that's right.
I wouldn't like to see Bay Calden Regional Council providing significant road access, and I mean, they're recovering some rates on that side, but you know, I guess I'd like to have a conversation about, you know, what is the practical. You know, just to me, on face value, it would be worth a conversation about, you know, about it. Yeah. Because I would hate to think we would make a decision today without actually, you know, having a conversation with our neighbours about just what, you know, what is the level of services and what's being created there. And I mean, I know somewhere you've got to draw a line, I understand that, but it would just seem to be on the basis of some of these property boundaries, it wouldn't be hard. And perhaps we can have a bit of a chat to them about it, it's worthwhile. I don't know, councillors, what do you think?
Yeah, just through there, I think that it would be nice to know whether the land on both sides is actually owned by the same person. Like, if you look at DM2, it should automatically go to Barking.
Yeah.
But depending on if the same person owns both properties either side of that, I don't know. It's got Lockington this side, but you don't know that it's the same owner.
It just seems very strange that the local government boundary doesn't quite pick up, you know, these little corners.
Yes.
I you know, I just, that James, I don't know the geography either, so it would just seem to be some tiny portions, and you know, really in that location, I mean, convenience, and you know, their research shows that they were quite amenable to being in Bay Calden, and I would, without actually having asked the question myself, I'd imagine it's based on pretty practical reasons. But I'd like to hear those first before we made a decision about taking them away.
Yeah, because like DE 96 and DM6 are in the same ownership. I don't know why we'd be bothering, but if they're in different ownerships, it's a whole different ballgame. And as you say, their access and their road access is important.
Yeah, well, I certainly didn't know where the road accesses are for some of them.
So, excuse me, Mayor, have council spoken to the landholders?
No.
No.
I think we could have a couple of conversations.
Because I think that, I've got a feeling that there's some ownership that's, I'm pretty sure that they bought it's blocks at the back of Lockington.
Yeah.
So
that's what I'm saying about
I know
the ownership
of it. Yeah. So it'd be worth talking to them.
It's a new resolution.
Can we put it around in the probably in the other order to do the right thing, the affected landholders and then Bay Calden Regional Council?
Yep.
I know it's only
it's technical.
But I mean, I'd just like to think that our first
priority is
to our landholders.
Yes.
So James, I think that'd be just a good direction to get something undertaken from them first, an indication from them. I mean, it might be that you come back here with another update that says, you know, well, these are the reasons why, or you know, these are their holdings as well. And it would, probably be interesting to find out their PIC number and where they own other properties as well.
Excuse me, Marnie, but it is affected.
So councillor, that's fair enough, we can ask a little bit more info.
Absolutely.
May I just, can I say something? I just think this is a good process, but, you know, local government boundaries have been set in place for a long time. And they were set in place for good reasons, and boundaries will come and go when people shift and sell and buy and sell. We've been here for a long time, and landholders, as I said, will sway in and sway out. If you try to trim up right around our council boundaries, all of this sort of stuff, I think you've got a pretty big project to do. So if you're saying it's good on that side and that's what you want to do, just keep a big look right around the whole boundaries of your council. Have a look where you've got to have bridges. We pay for sometimes, let's take the one at the back of Comet, where we pay for it. The services council from and residents from a different place. All of this, when you look at it, the unders and overs aren't so bad. So I just think be very cautious about what you're thinking. Be respectful, that's what you're doing. But this is one thing you just don't do to make everybody happy today, because next week will be a totally different ballgame. And those council boundaries have been there, and you change them after a lot of work. Yeah, so it's just a caution.
Good advice, Councillor Bell, thank you. So there's a resolution there, I think that will certainly give us a better perspective, I think. Someone going to move that? Moved by Councillor Nixon, seconded by Councillor Wall. All in favour? Against? Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, James.
Were you
Oh, sorry, Councillor Magadan, apologies. Legal answers for me. Councillors, page 115, which is moving into the CEO's department, which is 12.5.1, which is in Northern Lights and Councils Conference in Bowen, the 14th to 16th of August. Take it on, CEO.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, via invitation from Mayor Councillor Andrew Wilcox, I think Sunday Regional Council, in an invitation to our Mayor and Council on the 15th of May, we've been afforded an opportunity to attend the Northern Alliance of Councils Conference, which will be held on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's supporting the 16th of August. That'll be 1 week after the Bush Council's conference. And the report is to recommend that Council be represented at that conference. There's not a detailed program in the report. What you've got is the best information available. There are a number of speakers scheduled for the event, including Bernard Salt, Mark Baker-Jones, Donovan Burton, Elizabeth McNaughton, Brendan Moon, and Kim Scubris. And the details in the report around the costs associated with conference attendance are all there for your consideration, and I'll hand over to the Mayor.
Right, councillors.
Just a comment, Mr. Mayor. I mean, this is the second agenda item that I've seen today where recommendation has been made to council around conference attendance, and the first one was in finance and infrastructure standing committee this morning to the Australian Airports Association conference at a cost of over $4,000 potentially. And I note that in that recommendation and in this one, there has been no allowance in the 1920 budget for councillors to attend either conference. So why are we talking about it?
Clarification I can provide, councillors, is that the draft budget for 1920 does contain an appropriate allowance for conference attendance. You might recall that in a budget workshop, specifically workshop number 5, a discussion was held around cutting back expenses to achieve a 5% operational saving. And at that workshop, it was suggested that the ELT revisit that and reinstate appropriate allocations of funding for things like conference attendance, councillor training, staff training, and other strategic actions that need to be funded along with achieving our corporate plan, and that has happened. So the amount that's being reinstated, I might be able to appeal to the General Manager of Corporate Services to provide that exact detail, if not now, maybe later in the meeting, but there is an allocation to support conference attendance. And in the section on finances, you'll see that the cost is $9.50 per person. As we progress into the next financial year, we'll report on what's left within that budget. So it may well be that as the year unfolds, there's decisions we have to make in terms of limiting the numbers of councillors or the conferences we support. At this point in time, provided you adopt it, it's only a draft. There is a greater contingency for councillor attendance at conferences.
So councillors, there is a Bush Council, as was referred to by the CEO. That's on the 6th of August till the Thursday, the 8th of August. So there might be some councillors that were intending to go that. Well, it would make sense that if we could, we might kind of split some representation and probably look at who might go north. So that'll be the working forward. So we haven't actually dealt with the Bush Council nominations yet, have we?
There's no agenda, there's only
There's only no. So Paige probably understand that the working forward is, and certainly not the councillors would go there, but this, and we will get to that one obviously. So I guess it's proved that in light of that, there might be a council or councillors who go to Bush Councils, and there might be someone who would like to go to this one. Is there anyone that would like to formally represent us?
The invitation is to you, Mayor Case.
So I'm sure that's only in protocol. And they would obviously extend it to any members of their councils. Yeah, the event is open to all council government business, so that's what I reckon. So in terms of obviously strategically, obviously they're very near neighbours to the north. Anyone interested in going? Well, and the option is we can think about it, if people want to come back to us later on, we certainly need a resolution before then, but that's why we bring it here so that it's actually resolved here. But certainly the Bush Councils is in Rome. So.
I prefer to go to Bush Councils because I stay free and because.
Yeah. So there's a couple of councils going that way. Does anyone prefer to go?
I'd have to say tentatively, I'm interested just from a tourism point of view. There's some conversations that may be had at it, but I don't want to commit.
Tentative is a dangerous prospect.
So how about I'll just include myself at a later date.
Well, we can make a resolution that there can be Councillor Daniels or alternate. In that case, we can consider, I suppose, so the council's happy to do that. We haven't got the prospectus yet for Bush Council, but we'll deal with that one when it comes. So
make a decision now. Do you want us to leave?
Okay, so Councillor Nixon, Councillor Rolfe from Eastern Gunner, Councillor Brimelton for the Bush Council.
I'm tied up.
That's the one.
I'm tied up with another function.
So yeah, that's the Bush Councils you've got locked out. Which is Tuesday the 6th to the Thursday the 8th. We'll do two resolutions if need be. All right, so Councillor Brimelton, Rolfe, Nixon for the Bush Councils.
Did you say you tied up?
This is for the Bush Councils,
yeah,
which is from the 6th to the 8th.
So you're not available?
I'm tied up for the Northern Alliance one.
Oh.
Okay, and then the Northern Alliance one will be Councillor Daniels.
Sorry, through the mayor, is the mayor and deputy mayor attending bush councils or?
No, I don't think so. No, it's still against it. All right. Okay, councillors, have we that? Right, first one is that the CHRC be represented at all the licensed councils by Councillor Daniels. We have an alternate. Can we move that? Moved by Councillor Nixon, seconded, Councillor Roll. All in favour? Against? Thank you. All right, the second one is in relation to the LGAQ Bush Council Convention to be held at Rome the 6th to the 8th of August. So that's Councillor Brindle, Cameron and Nixon. I'm happy to move that. Moved by Councillor Syko, seconded. You look like you're not going anyway. No, Councillor Roll. Councillor Roll.
Do you want me to second it?
No.
No, that's fine.
Because Councillor Ross.
All right, so moved and seconded. All in favour? Against? Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, just a comment in relation to conferences. I think given going forward, I don't know that we actually have got the budget that we had for the next 12 months, and I think it would be wiser is to look at, you know, what conferences are important so that we don't get to the end of the term perhaps, and there's no, there will be a new council in place then too, so you don't chew all the budget up in this term on things that may not be as important. So I think it'd be good to have a look at.
Yeah, through the mayor, the allocation at BR workshop or budget formulation workshop number 5 for 1920 was in the report, page 2, 50,000 for conference registrations. Travel expenses of 20,000 and accommodation meals of 26,900. That's been increased, and GM Corporate Services will confirm during the meeting how much by. Noting it's only a draft 1920 budget. I think from memory it was around 15,000 that was put back in there, which would mean a similar amount to what we've had in previous years. But that said, that's all predicated on a limited number of elected members attending, a limited number of events. We do manage it well throughout the year by reporting successively each time there's a commitment made. As a reminder, this is what's remaining. But more importantly, the reports always talk about whether the importance or not of attending certain things. And today I think we've been reasonably through. But we'll confirm that amount here.
Generally, what I've allowed for in the budget is to support the LGMQ and the ALGA conferences. Generally, there is some off-the-cuff conferences like the airport conferences that I don't normally allow for. Northern Alliance, we've never received an invitation to attend that conference previously. And that $50,000 that had been budgeted for 1924, so includes IAP2 training as well, registration fees. So, and I had allowed that for possible new councillors training, that training.
Yeah, and I'm conscious of that. Like if you get new councillors, that we need to have a budget to make sure that, you know, whoever's sitting here, experienced or especially unexperienced, that they have that opportunity to get stuck into some training straight away, or some, you know, engagement opportunities through conference or whatever. So I think we need to have a good look at this last 12 months and make sure we're, you know, what benefit are we going to get out of going on Wilderness Alliance? Because that's good if it's tourism orientated, or just have a good think about the numbers of people that we're sending to conferences to make sure we're getting some benefit out of it. We don't need to send a cast of thousands.
And Councillor Godwin Smith, that's why I indicated tentative, because I did want to find out a little bit more information.
Program on it.
And
I've no objection to that.
Of who will be there as well, because there's got to be a benefit there. And also, when I said that, it was relating to the Grey Way as well.
Yeah, I've got no personal objection.
No, but I'm just saying that for myself, I critique, I guess, every opportunity on what is the benefit.
So it's just a comment.
And I support that comment.
But can also say, I don't think you've been doing anything that hasn't been a benefit of as well. We've proven about doing it, so we'll make sure we keep doing it. Because as you rightly point out, it's tight budgets, and we're going to be shown with providing the leadership as well. So. All right, so we've moved to second, we've done those, they're all done. Right, okay, that's all August out. All right, councillors, next agenda item is discussion reports, and they are around, the first one will be 13.1, which is the Nagoa River Pedestrian Bridge Design Alternatives Assessment. Under Gerard's tutelage, and he's going to do it from the back, or I'll let a colleague here that
That's my
thank you, Gerard.
Afternoon, councillors. Through the chair, it's a fun place to sit for a change. It sounds different when you're sitting on this side of the long table. I wish to present this report relating to the replacement, the planning associated with the replacement of the Nagoa River pedestrian bridge. At this stage, our consultants have brought back a multi-criteria analysis of various options that they were looking at. At officer level, we've assessed the alternatives that was shown in table 1. It is only a draft at this point in time. We still, on the back of this, have to start looking at the cost associated with each of these options and then do a weighted analysis with cost. But at this early stage, if I can run through those options, we considered a do nothing, as we always do, with multi-criteria, which is repair the existing timber bridge as required, and retain it for as long as possible. That's base case 1. Base case 2 is a temporary bridge, which is making reference to the Uni Bridge or Bailey Bridge, which DTMR has holds at the Roadtech depot on the Cap Highway. There's a few images of what that bridge would look like in isometric view as well as cross section. It's only 35 meters long, so it's not a very long bridge. The alternatives, A1 was a downstream north of Vince Lester, where we look at 2 bridge options over the 2 branches, the main branch and the Anna branch. Alternative A2 would be at a single low-level bridge and then cutting through underneath the Vince Lester bridge with a small causeway culvert, roughly where the Lester is. Alongside the bridge, but that is subject to Main Roads approval, which is doubtful. Alternative B is well upstream of the existing bridges within the Botanic Gardens. C and D is high-level bridges, well above the Q100 plus, which would be cantilevered or potentially cantilevered off the rail bridge. But again, clearly at this early stage, that will be a rather costly exercise, and it will clearly provide us a few challenges with QR. So as it stands currently, we listed in order of preference the early weightings that we applied, and order of preference of how at officer level we would recommend the options be considered, and as I say, we'll add the cost to it, and then when we've got that, we'll bring it back to council. So is there any further questions other than the additional information that I provided about the Bailey Bridge and potential costs, which Main Roads have, I'm guessing what it will cost Main Roads to demolish the existing timber bridge and install the Bailey Bridge. I've touched on the water main and also the future excavation of Site 1, which is still works to be undertaken as part of our future flood mitigation.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah. Well, I think I can recollect into the discussion in the Capricorn Highway the meeting with DTMR representatives. You had obviously a consultant proposal. Is this part of this? Or?
The works that Main Roads are doing on the Bailey Bridge.
No, I thought there was an alternative you were looking at in order to, they'd ask the questions about the timeliness of removing the wooden bridge and what
Correct.
This is it?
This is our consultants that's doing the preliminary planning on options for us, and then we'll, based on our direction, we'll go to the final planning and design of that proposed solution, depending on what it is.
Well, I'm just looking at this as a report, and you're saying you want direction from here. I think this is just an update, so
it's probably an update, but the reason why I brought it as a discussion is we can't poor on the strategy meetings, getting it in there, and secondly, we want to try and get this consultancy to keep moving forward to get to a final option that we can bring to council. So that's the reason why I used the decision format, not decision, discussion report format to just have a minor engagement if required, else it is only for information.
So there'll be more information required to make a decision or is what
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I might add to that, Mr Mayor, if I can, that at that meeting that you referenced on May 17, there was some confusion as to what the way forward should be. And as you can appreciate, this is a state asset, and there have been some liability concerns in the past. Obviously, TMR want to address their risk appropriately, and I know that as a council we want to ensure we've got an appropriate community solution as well. So there's a few different tensions here that need to be worked through prior to council being asked to provide its feedback or its view on a way forward. So this is only an information report, as it's been pointed out. And when we have more information on different views, we can bring that back to council for you to make a decision on how you'd like to go forward, respecting that TMR have a heavy role to play in this as well.
Because it'd be good to get a community perspective on this as
Yeah,
well.
Yeah.
It's a big topic, and we need more information to make sure we can talk about it. All right.
Through the chair.
Can I just say, I really have a worry about all the alternatives. I think I thought the only sort of broad instructions we had was that this thing should stay with the main roads bridge or in the main roads corridor, and it was their cost and their expense. If you're going to do anything else, I mean, there are lots of types of suspension bridges, other things that costing other places where you walk around them, and they're quite often used in other states and even in our state. There's lots of other options you could probably look at if we were going to do something, which haven't been talked about yet. But and some of those, you know, I think around some of the alternative sites that have been identified here are okay. But I just think we should still continue to prosecute this as being something that's in that main roads corridor, and they can work it out.
Through the chair, we'll take that on board, but again, we're not discounting the fact that there's two factors driving this project, and that is number one, the timber bridge has to be removed from a flood mitigation perspective. Main roads will want to remove the timber bridge because of a risk concern, and part of the Vince Lester business case work, Main Roads already targeted that corridor between the existing bridge and the rail bridge as the prospective future location of the new structure. So it's going to be very difficult to get a solution beyond the timber bridge if we want to do it within the Main Roads corridor. We may as well not do anything and wait for the Vince Lester business case to be finalised if we go there. The reason why we've moved forward with the idea of moving it outside the corridor was, number one, get rid of any risk on flooding as a result of this new structure, getting a permanent pedestrian linkage in across the low level, recreational link in across the river, regardless of what happens to the timber bridge. So that's the drivers, is not saying that we don't want Main Roads to provide a bridge. They will. If Vince Lester upgrade occurs, they'll have a high level bridge that will run from the shopping centre at an RL, 3 or 4 metres above the existing Vince Lester and daylight on roundabout Oakwood Street. But I don't think that will give that recreational benefit to the community at river level. And that's why I'm saying it's two different drivers here. So if we want to persist with the Main Roads corridor, we'll be subject to whatever comes out of the Vince Lester business case.
And that's the point precisely, I think, Mr Mayor, is there's a few other angles here that we need to provide some additional information on. And the big one is, of course, who carries the cost And at the moment, if we're prepared to entertain a temporary solution, TMR are prepared to fund that. If we want a more permanent solution that's aesthetically pleasing and probably more functional and attractive, well, then it might be outside the corridor at Outpost. And those things that you looked at, we can't necessarily negotiate with TMR to contribute to a solution that's not in their corridor. There's a lot to this, including the important legal aspects of it, around the risk of the structure staying in place. So we'll bring that information back to you in a more wholesome format, so that you can advise what your views are on this important matter.
I can just add quickly that the criteria I forgot, I didn't include it because I didn't want to publish the outcomes at this stage, but we are looking at both environment and community hydraulic performance, which is probably the biggest driver for our solution at this point in time, and then obviously structural form. So under environmental, it's everything, vegetation, impact, cultural heritage and the like. So that's a level of detail we have at this stage. If you look at the cost aspects as well, then bring that back, but we'll take on board comments made at this point.
Sorry, Councillor Bill,
just my word of warning is this, is that we're talking about a low-level bridge or, sorry, high-level bridge or something against this stuff. That's what we should be talking about. None of these alternatives talk about either going further up the river to where we've already got the John Gay Bridge. Is that a good place for a crossing? I don't know, and I haven't said we really sit down and talk to the community or us about that. So the alternative B is probably too short. Why are we talking about these things? We're putting them forward as an out or a scapegoat or an outlet for main roads and others, saying, well, you're already looking at some other alternatives. What about if you just went up and say, let's put something beside John Gay? I don't know. Are we going to pull John Gay out of the river? Are we going to pull John Gay out of the river?
No, we're not.
No,
not at this.
So understanding that, there's another place. So I mean, I just don't know why we spray ourselves from what we were talking about doing is Old Timber Bridge, how do we replace it? What would you do with it real cheaply? Main roads, you've got a skinny bridge, whack it in there, see what happens, and that should be it.
That option is still on the table.
But now we've given them alternatives that we're looking at. We're going to fund it. So I just think it's dangerous ground. Why open the bloody door?
Well, I guess it's an update that needs an update, and obviously getting a few directions on the couple of issues. So, all right, councillors, will that recommendation that we just received that? Someone have to move that? Moved by Councillor Seibert, seconded. Councillor Brindle-Cone, all in favour? Against? Thank you. Right, thank you, Gerard. The community's information report regarding the Tourism Advisory Panel on page 129. Daniel, please, thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, councillors, this is an information report which connects the Tourism Advisory Panel meeting that happened on the 10th of May. We issued it was indicated here, chaired by Paul Thompson, CHDC's Tourism Officer. It notes as well the discussions that were held, or the topics that were held during that discussion around the TAG update, the Tourism Strategy Plan, Emerald Airport Master Planning, Emerald Tourism Precinct, the Camping Caravan and Caravan Park CH Review, Sydney Caravan and Camping Show, the Business Guide on Touring Map, and the General Business Conclusion. Uniquely, I've noted here that in the terms of reference to the TAP, it does not provide for, nor has council approved a governance mechanism whereby the TAP is to provide recommendations for council's consideration. So that's why this report is in information format, and that's something worth discussing at this stage in terms of how the Tourism Advisory Panel has their discussions and provides their recommendations or the information to council. In particular, from a resourcing perspective, so if I, by way of example, use the 4 specific recommendations from the minutes and draw your attention to the second one, which is the current beautification project expansion. So the discussion around that might require more information from council officers or the undertaking that the TAP group are looking to expand that into. So what resources are required to expand that prior to any recommendation for council to consider. So that's why there's sort of an anomaly with what the recommendations of TAP have, and why this is just an information report. So happy to work behind the scenes to progress with Sandra and the other staff that are relevant to those recommendations and further information to bring forward for council's consideration.
Right. Councillors, comments? Yeah, Councillor.
So Daniel, where did this, because, so is this a recommendation from you to say that there should be council officers on the TAP group?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not specifically, but that could potentially be an outcome that progresses what recommendations are presented to council prior to the organisation needing to get more information around resourcing capabilities. It really does depend on what the recommendation the TAP is going to provide to council. So for funding or for the addition or the extension of particular projects, that there needs to be some more information given as to what that extension looks like and whether or not council can actually resource it. And the mechanics behind council as an organisation being able to agree to or provide an alternative to what that recommendation might be.
The other question I had too was, we've got TAP, we've got TAG, what's the relationship between those two groups and their terms of refusals? And would it have been more appropriate for these recommendations to have filtered back through TAG and then, I'm not sure. So.
Sorry, Councillor, Sandra might obviously provide a little bit of clarity.
So there has been an infographic done, and we did bring a presentation to council about the TAP, TAG and TAN. So they were the three, and there's a circular infographic that goes with that. So the TAP is the Tourism Advisory Panel. So the TAN is the networks, the communities networks and the operator networks that happen around the region. The TAN is the group that representatives of those community and operating groups come together on, and the advisory panel is the group that represents the stakeholders, the operators, council and CHDC. And so there was an outline of that in the presentation to council in the past. Just in relation to this, and there's probably, and Councillor Daniels, who, as a director of CHDC, chairs that group. The agenda probably misrepresents that a little in that it's got Paul chairing it, but it is, as a representative group, there's two councillors on it, two CHDC members of that group, as well as the stakeholders. So in relation to this, the value that it is, the feedback that's coming from those stakeholders, with feedback through those other two groups as well, that identifying the opportunities that come out of that stakeholder. It's probably, in terms of the seen as recommendations, it's not so much recommendations that for council to do it. It's for consideration of council for those items for future development. So I think it's probably the way it's been interpreted or written.
Without having pulled up that infographic, that I do remember that you shared with us, but I just had to be reminded of the relationship between the TAG and the TAN, and obviously those two groups feed into this group, and so it sounds to me almost like the terms of reference probably need to be tweaked a little bit so that so there's clarity around.
And that's probably, I wasn't actually at the last meeting, so it's probably something that I would that I could have given some more guidance to if I was at that meeting. So yeah, and what I suggested to Daniel is that perhaps in future it might be that those conversations I had with the recommendation from that group is to connect with the relevant departments of council, or it might even be external bodies to look at the opportunities that come from those preferences and recommendations out of that group.
It just feels like there's a bit of awkwardness now, well, what do we do with this stuff, and what?
With some of the recommendations, I think there was things like, an application, for example, from, community organisation for funding. So in the second meeting, there probably is a little bit of awkwardness about how that relationship develops. And it is a learning, and Councillor Daniels might be able to expand on it, but it is something that is evolving, and how we actually connect and get that further information is probably a process of development as well.
I agree, it is something that's evolving, and I guess what comes out of the meetings is sometimes unknown, just before. And so, yeah, I do agree, we need to revise, review the terms of reference so that there is a mechanism, a clear mechanism for the recommendations that come out of the tab to be considered by council, because otherwise what's the point of the group? So at the next meeting, I will make sure that that's on the agenda and that can be then clarified as well. So from the point of view of these recommendations, where do we go from here?
Well, can I offer a suggestion? Now's not the time to workshop it, obviously, just there, but there is another mechanism, and that is through the service level agreement that council has with Central Highlands Development Corporation. As councillors are aware, we provide annual funding support to our local government controlled entity, CHDC, to pursue economic development and tourism related initiatives. So essentially, we've outsourced the function of tourism. What we've got to get clear on, and there will be teething problems with this new model, is how it comes back to us to commit additional funds for initiatives. It could well be that the SLA is a mechanism to require a tourism-related report on a bi-monthly or a quarterly basis that fits in with our cycle around budget reviews or budget deliberations. There might be a cleaner way of doing it than basically having every report from every meeting come to council with recommendations. I just put that out there for suggestion that now's the time to fix it, but it probably just requires a bit of thought. What we're doing is certainly the right thing. It's just a team problems around the governance structure.
So through the chair, like, what additional funding did we put in the budget for tourism? Like, if we're going to be funding some initial incentives that come out of this group, where's the money?
Well, it's a great question, Councillor Seifert. Through the mayor, there is none.
Exactly.
As council allocates it through a budget review process, especially if it's for a new initiative that wasn't on the radar or not part of a strategy or an action plan. And the idea is we do want the freshness of ideas from this CHDC-led initiative. So we just have to be prepared on how we receive that back and how it fits in with our cycle. And it might be that prior to every budget review, we have an opportunity to say yes or no to initiatives, and then Margaret's team can do the due diligence on the financial implications of what we might be able to support, and then you make a decision. It needs a little bit more work on the governance.
Because my concern is, and I sit on this.
Which one?
I think I'm in the tap. So I think it's the tap one. My concern is that we get these groups going, and I think they're fantastic, and we get all these wonderful ideas flowing. And if we can't fund them, if we give all this encouragement to it, and then we don't have the financial support to implement some of the ideas, then the committee, and I'm particularly thinking of community people, then they go really stale. You know, why did I give up my time? Because, you know, there's never a budget for it. So I just do have concerns that if we don't have a budget, an identified budget, people in the group will lose their momentum and their enthusiasm to drive the tourist industry.
If I can just jump in there through the mayor, and I think urge the mayor to recognise that GM Sandra Hogstock can say something as well. We all recall that we recognise that tourism is one of our sectors that's not, that's I suppose largely untapped, and we want to, as a council, invest more in tourism. We don't know exactly where and how, and that's what this new initiative is about. Some of the ideas they come up with might be council. They might be grant applications that get submitted by another entity or by council. It might be advocacy around policy change that's required, that council has influence over. It's not always going to be about building new things, although we do recognise that we need to build some new things and that will come at a cost. I just want to throw that into Neil.
Yeah, well, I think the other thing was, I'm not sure at the start, I'm not saying, Councillor Swipe, I think what you're saying is right in a way, but I mean, even if you work through those 4 preliminary, I suppose you'd say, council considerations there, I mean, one is for a tourism video, which is part of a discussion, so it's about advocacy and consultancy with that, in that aspect of it. The extension of the beautification projects is not necessarily voted to tap, but it's, endorsing or trying to influence, some activities that you're already sort of undertaking in different departments of council. And then obviously some advocacy there and those others. So I'm not sure what Sandra wanted to add to that, but I mean, at the very start of it, it's more about the advice and the opportunity of having an input first, and then obviously it can be directed from there.
And councillors, one of the comments from the stakeholders in the group is that what they're very excited about is they feel one of the few occasions that they've had the opportunity to actually have some input into some of the future planning and development. And they actually see that as a real positive coming out of this council in a way forward for the future of the industry of tourism, and the potential for how this region gets profiled in those opportunities. But we've made a commitment to the tourism strategy through CHDC in our 1920 operational plan. So we are applying for funding, but even if we don't get funding, we are committing to doing that within our own capability, and through looking at the options of that funding within CHDC. So we see that as a major priority for the region, to actually put together, to have that tourism strategy which gives a clear strategic direction for tourism. It will be an engaged process with operators and stakeholders of the region. So that will build in some of that component about where are the priorities for the future, how it actually integrates with council plans and CHDC plans and the economic master plan and all of those key strategic documents in the future as well. But it's the chance for operators and stakeholders to be engaged and be part of that for the future, and have a commitment to it as well to give us that direction. So I think generally the group acknowledges that there's no spare money sitting around, there's no bucket for just whatever the whim might be that comes out, but it is about a strategic direction in the future. But for them, they've identified the feedback that they're getting from other businesses and people that they work with, that these were some of the key areas that they would like consideration in the future, without actually saying it needs to be funded. So I don't think it's just about this needs to be funded, it's about how the opportunities are for the future.
And what I'd add to Mr. Mayor, that under the changes that the Queensland Government is considering in relation to local government control entities, councillors that sit on those entities, provided they're still allowed to do so, will have to declare their conflicts of interest. It's probably prudent to mention that councillors that are involved in subsidiary groups associated with the entity would probably need to be considering their conflict of interest declarations at council meetings where a decision is about to be made, committing resources or making a decision. I'm sure you all know that, but there was just opportunity to add that in.
Right, councillors, there's a recommendation that we receive this report. And as I said, probably there's a little bit of mileage that that particular vehicle needs to get underneath it so that we can actually get some clarity there. So I'm not sure that was always the case when they started there with the model like Councillor, someone having to move that report?
So can I just seek clarification, so that we're receiving this report, but I just want to make sure that the recommendations, that there's an opportunity, I guess, for council to consider the recommendations that have been allocated to council as well. So we just don't receive this and file it away and move on.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can respond to that. In terms of some of the recommendations, certainly, if I use the beautification project as an example, that can result in members of the TAP and myself, then we can get together to understand what expansion was discussed and what is requested, and that way we can piece together what the resources required to meet that, and then that information can be put to council. Maybe it could, within the scope of the project, be included. I'm just not sure of the details of what that expansion looks like, so it's probably a matter of I can take responsibility of meeting with the TAP representatives and progressing these to a point where some more information can be presented to council.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor, through the Mayor, to Daniel. That actually, the expansion of the current beautification actually came about from a meeting down there, I don't know who went to it, about the parking, and it morphed from the parking into, well, why shouldn't it just be a continuation of the beautification of the street across to the pathway that's already there, and this sort of thing. So I don't know that it needs another meeting to actually progress it. I thought it had been progressed. Wasn't there a meeting down there for the parking and?
This is, through you, Mr. Mayor, this is the first I've heard in terms of that expansion of the beautification project. I certainly wasn't at the meeting, anybody else was. And
it's probably comes under the master planning. For that precinct.
Wasn't the master planning?
It was in relation to the tourism precinct master planning, which the consultants were in doing. And I think it's just in terms of the context, the commitment made when this first went through council that the report would be brought back to council as a information report. And I think the actions that were identified in the minutes are for consideration. So, you know, it's not necessarily about their new projects that are coming up. It's about consideration within the existing processes, because a lot of that conversation came out of information updates to those representatives of existing projects. They're not new projects. So it's probably more about the contextualising of it rather than new agendas. And that's something I'm certainly happy for us to make those connections probably in future with, through your team, Daniel, before the report's done.
So it might be that there might be recommendations even to CHTC.
Yeah.
Right, councillors, that report, do I get a mover for that? No. Not able to move that report? Moved by Councillor Brimmer, seconded. Councillor Syca, all in favour? Against? So that'll be 5-3 or something. Sorry, moved and seconded. All those for? Against? 8-1. Okay, Works of Queensland, which is the next one, is an information report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, councillors, this report has just been brought or presented for you to get a bit of a forward look of the future Works for Queensland projects, specifically the 12 that have just been funded. And you'll note in the report that the Gantt chart identifies completion of all of those 12 projects by December 2020. So optimistically being able to kick within this time frame, that we'll have all the projects completed within an 18-month period. So the actual resourcing and allocation of and creation of this particular chart has been done in consultation with the project managers that we know responsible for delivering them specifically. So it is just an information report at this stage, but again, a timely opportunity to present to you what the organisation will be working towards in a delivery perspective, and we'll be able to use this as our centre of our point of truth when reporting back to council on progress for these projects.
Questions on those?
Looks good. Not happening. Sorry. Sorry, you asked if we all good with it.
No, I'm just saying, is there any questions on these?
Well, I've got a fan time.
Sorry.
Does anyone want to know what that question was? Look, I have the timing and the length of time really upsets me, I guess. Sorry if but I look at some of the stuff. If I look at the Ralston sports ground, the shed, we've already got the quotes, but we need a little bit of consultation with stakeholders, and that's going to take us to October this year, which is just under 5 months. It's going to take us to talk to them about something that we've discussed on many, many occasions. You've added it.
The facts are they've already got the designs, consultations done.
That's right. So designs are done, the quotes are in, everything's done. But here it's got to October. My question, the fact is, why do we have to take a further 5 months to undertake the feasibility, plus the concept of a further 2 months seeking collective endorsement on the proposal? When I'm pretty sure that's all done. Then we take another 2 months to scope it up, tender it out, when we've already got the quotes. And then a further 3 months to deliver it. Now, these guys play cricket mostly at this sports ground. That's a summer sport. I'm sure they could utilise this asset this season, as they've waited for it now, I think, 2 years or longer. Are we actually listening to our people? And are we delivering on what we say we'll deliver? That's just one item. $40,000 spend, 12 months from now to expected completion date for a shed. I find that absolutely ludicrous on all counts. So you look through the others. I recently went to a place in Yeppoon and had a look at their new field lighting. It took them 7 weeks from understanding that they would go ahead with the project to the delivery, and it undertook every stage of this. And yet we're going to be taking 13 months to do it. When it was erected, done to standards, everything completed, tenders went out, concepts done, all in a 7 week period. And if we look at that particular line item, the third one down, which is in the name of myself, again, we're going to do the work in March, April, May and June, which just so happen to be the shortest days, and also when they're playing and require. To me, again, ludicrous when it takes 5 months for the preliminary design when you can get these off the shelf through the QRL. It flabbergasts, to be quite truthful. I'm very disheartened with this already, as I was with our Works for Queensland, and we made this as simple as we could. 5 months of getting some structural engineering when people that you're asking to tender on this provide all this. They provide the design, they provide the engineering, they provide the lighting, the style of lighting. I'm flabbergasted, fellow councillors. I feel that we need to tighten this up somewhat and be a little bit more understanding. If we look at the Bluff Hall, I think it's line item 1 here in the Gantt chart type spreadsheet. Feasibility over a couple of months, a bit of development over a month, the package scope. I just don't understand. We're doing a kitchen that we've discussed with the community so many times to go through this process again. And I can go on and I'll shut up now. Unless someone would like to encourage me more to talk, i.e. the amenities. And if you look at the project manager, we've got Emma, no disrespect to Emma, assigning the project management of it. And something that we've looked at over many, many months that's been flagged in red for asbestos. And again, we're going to do this work from January to May. Now, this is another rugby league community. And so we're going to start there. Why aren't we doing this in September to January, when there is no requirement for the facility and we can undertake those works? I raise concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can certainly respond in a couple of ways, and our staff are certainly just heroes in the sense of being able to deliver them. They're not superheroes, so we can't condense the time frame for all of the projects into a much smaller period of time. This has certainly been designed with what our skills, knowledge and experience are and what we'll have to bring in. Admittedly, some of the projects are a little bit more progressed, and this is, if the project can be advanced faster, it will be. This is where we're hoping that council will hold the
I'd like to help you
accountable to.
Because I honestly believe, and I don't mean to be nasty or out of line, Mr. Mayor, and please pull me up. But I could do some of these projects and meet the requirements.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, probably two of the challenging requirements we've seen unfold, not only for Western Queensland, but are the procurement and engagement processes, which tend to be quite lengthy, and they're not as simple as 1 or 2 week turnarounds. If we've got a quote, we can't just go and put a shed up. It doesn't unfold as seamlessly as that, unfortunately.
I'm getting probably really out of line here, Mr. CEO and Mr. Mayor. Particular name mentioned in the report assigning a project manager to a couple of these larger projects, around about $1.5 million worth, $1.3 million worth to be more accurate. And where that fits in and how that happens. That's what I'm like.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to answer the question, how have our coordinators of those areas been identified for the projects? Is that right?
Well, how those coordinators assign the project managers, and on what understanding do they know of the correct project manager?
Of the project manager. So in some instances, the projects will be managed by the staff. When their projects are more complicated, there will be specialised project managers coming in to help assist and deliver.
There's a lot of questions I raise in it.
So, Mr. Mayor, we can certainly report back on how we intend to operationalise the 18-month fast track delivery program for Works for Queensland, and we can take on board those seasonal impacts around trying not to impact on the football season, if possible, and provide information on specifically about the costs associated with project supervision, if you like.
Well, I don't know, it's not as simple as that. I mean, I think I'm not going to paraphrase what Councillor McIntyre says, but I mean, it's a case of, why does it take that long to do it? And isn't that simply what you're saying? Why does it take that long? I mean,
okay, I think in response to council at budget workshop number 5, might be number 5, Mr. Mayor, or 4, the suggestion was that he wanted a condensed 12 to 18-month delivery program. I'm hearing you want maybe 12-month delivery program, and one that doesn't impact on any.
I'm not saying, I don't think I'm saying that either. It's just that when you look at that chart, Scott, it's like, there are things there, and I struggle too, because the people that are putting this report together, I'm sure, have a good understanding, because they've been so engaged through the game plan and other things, especially around sport direct type things. And then Rolleston shows a great example. That CWA building's been knocked down for 2 years, and that community have organised themselves with quotes. And I understand there'll be another process that you have to go through, but the designs are done. That is shovel ready, and that's just one example of why wouldn't that one be organised to get going straight away, and just get some runs on the board in the community. Why would you have to wait nearly a whole year for something that's already designed up, ready to go? Consultation engagement has already occurred, they're ready to go. Tick the boxes you need to tick with procurement and otherwise, but there's other projects that Alan's identified. This is not about expediting all of them, but there are some that are more ready, and I'm just surprised that the team that's put this chart together hasn't identified that level of readiness around some of those projects. And like Alan is saying, why would it take so long to put a kitchen in it at Dingo?
And as the General Manager said through the Mayor, if it can be done in a shorter time frame, it will. I think what we need to do is remember that in 18, can I please finish? Remember in 18-19 we had 446 projects to deliver, and these are projects there's projects that are Works for Queensland being delivered in that context. So for 1920, you've got Works for Queensland, and I think we're up to 288 projects. We have identified that Council expects Works for Queensland to be a program in its own right under the proposed project program portfolio framework approach that we're taking, and we will do that. I think we can understand loud and clear that Council is dissatisfied with this proposed program, and we will bring you back another program at the next meeting, taking on board the feedback we received here. But I just wanted to make it clear that this has been drafted in the context of having 288 projects to deliver. They're not all being done by communities, but there's competing timeframes and overlaps. And I think that's the idea of trying to say, well, we can do it in 18 months. If we can do it sooner, we will. But this is giving us enough leeway in these parameters to deliver these programs. But I can appreciate that because of the sensitivities of the program, you want something more definitive. We'll bring that back.
I think even in these 12 sample, this is the issue, is that if we were just saying today, these are the 12 new projects we're starting today, and you say, well, you've got some work to do. But what we've done is by choosing a sample, you've got, a couple of them that, clearly that are way more advanced, and as Councillor Godwin Smith says, all that preliminary feasibility stuff's done. He sort of says, well, it was more about spreading this chart out than actually targeting and getting the jobs done. That's probably what this is.
Through the chair, if you just take the Central Sports Ground irrigation replacement now, Scott Bertoni Price is managing it. We understand that, or I'm not sure on this particular one, which is why I'm talking about it, but we're putting in some pipe work, and I'm not sure the exact extent. It says here replacement of irrigation system throughout the oval, which is at the end of its asset life and not functioning to capacity. New system to be centrally controlled by computer. Now, I would envisage that will go to tender, and hopefully we'll standardise the equipment that we're using right throughout our shire as a commencement right here and there. But the 3 months it's going to take us to put poly pipe in the ground and commission it is, if I was the contractor tendering, right, I wouldn't be taking 3 months to do it. So why have we got, just as an example, why do we have 3 month window? Are we not putting pressure on these with a timeline? Are we not putting this a stipulation, or do we give them, we'll give you 3 months to do it? Just as an example there, why does it take 3 months for something that Tony's already done today? Sure, there's going to be some tidy up work, but I just don't get why it's going to take that long. And there's so many things, and I understand, Scott, you've got 280 projects or whatever, but if we look through these, all these, are we going to be putting in a kitchen in Dingo? I think it is, isn't it? Dingo. No, we're going to contract that out. Are we going to do the lighting upgrades? No, we're going to contract it out. Are we going to do the Hunter Street lights? No, we'll contract it out. Electronic split notice board, do we have electricians working for us, or do we contract it out? The new storage shed, we'll contract that out. We won't be erecting it, I wouldn't envisage. The ceiling and the air conditioning, will we be doing that, or will we contract it out? The structure at Rivervale, same thing, it goes on and on. So how many of these projects are we actually doing? And if you say, our people are good, but they're not that good, do we need to get more? Or sorry, I got that wrong. I think they're good, but they can't do it all at once. So do we need a contractor or whatever to get these things done and deliver them in a time frame that doesn't inconvenience the general public or the committees that we're delivering it to? And I don't think we look at what we're doing, personally. I think it needs a real tidy up and brought back to council, personally.
Yeah, that's a fair point, isn't it?
I will just, if I can, just acknowledge that again, this has been developed with a lot of consideration around it. The Works for Queensland project is not the only task that our staff deliver. It's not the only capital project that they have to deliver. Our focus on customer service, our focus on engagement, our focus on everything else generally requires a lot of additional work that's not seen. It's a lot of this work is done in the background. So while on face value, the timeframes allocated may appear as if they are prolonged. This is generally how long simple projects may take, despite having some front-loaded projects within them. Contractors historically are not as responsive or as efficient as maybe they could be, so it does generally cause the organisation some delays and some difficulties in being as efficient as we can. So these are some real considerations that our staff face delivering what you might look at as a very simple project.
Yes, well.
So just picking up a point there about a lot of consultation, I would suggest that Rolleston Campdraft grounds, Rolleston Campdraft is held in May, and the construction is going to be May, June. So I do wonder exactly how much consultation is. Thank you.
We'll bring back further to there and we'll address those concerns that have been raised here today on Bank Council.
And understanding, Councillor Roth, that's not the only community group that uses that facility. There may be other considerations.
So that's Councillor McInnes says the cricket season's overlap, the footy club at Bluff overlap the season as well, so. All right, well, what's the recommendation that we see that report? Do you want to add something here that we receive further update or?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Right, Councillor Simon, have a good day. Get on further update. Moved by Councillor McInnes, second Councillor Godwin Smith, all in favour? Against? I just said that it's 8-1, isn't it? It is. Right, clean growth choices. Page 143, which is the communities in transition update. Thank you, Daniel, again.
Mr. Mayor, through you.
Oh, sorry.
So may I just raise something? I have another commitment at 5:30 this afternoon.
Yes.
I just leave at that point. I just note that we've got over 2 hours worth of agenda items.
Yeah, close second. Yep. Thank you, Councillor Daniels.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in search of brevity, I'll just pass it over to Jess. Update on the clean growth choices.
Yes, through the Mayor. On August 28th last year, the board was presented a strategic and briefing forum giving the background and purpose of the Clean Growth Choices Communities in Transition Program. This is a follow-up update of that program. Central Highlands Council accepted the invitation to be part of the Clean Growth Choices Transition Pilot Program led by the Professor John Cole. Since the acceptance of that, Council have met a few of the targets and fulfilled many required outcomes of the program. They include attendance of workshop in Brisbane, hosting of a 2-day workshop, invoicing the grant allocation, which is now being received to Council. We've also engaged a local champion to assist in the community participation of these programs. Bronwyn Reid has been engaged to facilitate the workshop, future workshops, and garnishing more participation of community networks and residents to take the clean growth process forward. Also, Council at the moment are preparing additional workshops that will be carried out on the 18th of July. We're preparing documentation and creating different networks of people to come to these workshops. Basically, after that, we'll prepare another I suppose, update to Council that basically will facilitate 3 or 4 programs or projects that we can apply for business plan funding. At these workshops, we'll be concentrating on 3 pathways. Those pathways are projects that advance a sustainable world-class agriculture through agtech, cleantech innovation and leadership. That's carried out in this region that has relevance to the national and global economies. We'll be working on or trying to identify through a pathway projects that strengthen existing and new, creating new governance systems and value chains, supporting development of the circular economy in the region. The other pathway we're going to go down is projects strengthening economic resilience by building regional human capacity through skilling and attraction and retention of a broader range of skilled technical and professional service people. So these workshops, will basically generate possible options for those future funding applications for business plans. So really, when it boils down to it, we're looking under rocks for different ideas, innovative solutions for transitioning to a low carbon economy.
Through the chair, Jason, so we've engaged a local champion. Are they doing this work? Are they the ones actually organising the future workshops?
In conjunction with council, yes, and myself.
Okay. It's, no, it was just my understanding that, I guess that local champion would be doing the bulk of the work and we were more like a stakeholder participant rather than the lead in this project.
Yeah, I think, Bronwyn's taking on a chunk of the, I suppose, capacity to do it, but certainly in conjunction with myself and council to drive it.
So additionally, that Bronwyn did come in last week.
That's correct.
And had a discussion just on, I suppose, looking at, originally, I think in the original proposal, I was hoping that, looking for, I guess, 30 or 40 people in the community or community people, which may have been more optimistic in terms of, certainly, some of the size councils that participate. Bronwyn's probably looking for a little bit more direction, and it's probably some networking that we probably have access to either through CHDC or through council around, potentially people that would contribute to some of this, participating in this a little further. So we've had that discussion with her, and she's obviously going to target some, I guess you'd say, some of those people through into her role to try and obviously broaden out the base, I guess you'd say, to have a little bit more involvement. So, she's certainly pointing, I think we've got about 9 or 10 participants at this stage. And I think who's coming up this week?
Andrew. Andrew's actually here right today. He's off to Park Auburn and then he'll be coming back on Wednesday.
Any other questions? I want to report for Steve.
So, sorry, through the chair, just on the last page of the report, alternatives considered not to proceed with the remainder of the program return grant money. So is there a consideration to do that?
Sorry.
So on the last page of the actual report, which is 145, is that just in the risk assessment of the project or something, is it? So you're not considering not continuing with the program?
I think it was just to put out there that if it's not considered worthy, which would be a shock to me, if it's not considered worthy, that would be the ultimate to say no.
So it's sort of like identifying a risk and a risk.
We don't pursue
Through Mr. Mayor, Councillor Sutton, probably just a standing alternative. If council wants to pull that at any time, we can.
But this is all being paid for out of grant money, isn't it?
Yes, which has already been invoiced and received to the council.
So if you know someone who'd like to be involved in this, do you just contact Bronwyn?
Or the council, yes.
Okay.
Who is this? Oh, sorry, sorry, no.
Oh, yeah, I'll just contact Bronwyn.
And it's at the point where I suppose, you know, that in developing up all of these programs, is that we've actually probably just got to the point of developing, I suppose, the people that are going to actually be involved, and from now on, I guess it'll be you know, effectively some more, I guess, meat around what potentially goes forward. So it really has taken this long to get there. It was a little slower than anticipated, that's for sure. But I think from speaking with Bronwyn and just with different other local government areas, I mean, they're at different levels. Some of them, Western Queensland, certainly Buck Halden's sort of identified itself that it had a real direction around renewables, so it's taken a sort of a focus there. So here was a little more diverse in some of the pathways that they looked at. So I think it's having had those now, they're able to look at you know, engaging a few more people, and she was just looking for some direction on potentially some networks that she might contact. Yeah.
Because, I mean, all organisations should have a social responsibility policy, and that's what we should be driving, is everyone to identify their social responsibility. How big or how small that is depends on the organisation. It's certainly something that needs to be identified.
And I think that was the reason she was here. She's looking for a
Yeah.
bit more to get that message out to people.
Yeah, I've got some really great ideas on that.
Well, just so you know, we did actually tell them that the Science Centre was probably.
Thank you. But apart from that, I've done a little bit of research into this area because of a couple of organisations. So yeah, I'll give her a call.
Any other questions, councillors? Being mindful of that agenda that Councillor Daniels was talking about, that information report is recommended there. Someone happy to move that?
Yeah.
Moved by Councillor Cybertine and Councillor Grimmelcombe. All in favour? Yes. Thank you. All right, gets us to development and planning. Thank you, Jason. Development and planning update.
Through Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'll just kick straight off. Our council's request to reposition the monthly development and planning report. This is now coming through in full version. The only real anomaly I want to draw your attention to is on page 168. It says the first efforts of the report, currently there are 45 development applications, that's actually 43, and that's reflected in the graph on the page over there, just a 5 should be a 3. And in terms of steadiness, we certainly received a couple less in the month of May, but there's a relatively stable approach continuing with development applications coming in, being decided. So happy to take any questions, but I'm sure that there's a whole. This is also provided in the Community Standing Committee as well.
You're not going to pick out your favourite application and talk about it?
Not today, no Gold Star application to run through.
Councillors, any questions on those? Well, it's a recommendation to receive that report. It's a very short one, obviously. Someone happy to move that? Moved by Councillor Nixon, second Councillor Wolf. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Right. Councillors, infrastructures and utilities. Jason Villahan has here obviously been waiting for this. Very patient. Thank you. And Peter Manning is here.
If I can just introduce Peter to provide his monthly update on the current water levels.
Good afternoon, councillors. So this is just a continuation of the monthly updates. The area probably of most interest is Fairburn Dam. So currently, since the report was written, the small amount of rain we had last weekend made barely any difference, and the dam's sitting at around 20%, which is about 4% lower than last year. So currently the predictions are that the medium priority allocations will be 100% next year, which is ours, but the medium priority is likely to be 0 for next year. Though offsetting that is that at the beginning of May, after the last rain, the allocations for medium priority went up from 34 to 83%, so everybody got roughly half their allocation, and I'm sure a lot of people are likely to be carrying over that into next year.
Yeah, the sad message there is they'll lose 50%, 6% of their carry over.
So Capella is still tracking along reasonably well. Ralston, we're just getting ready to start using the dam again. And apologies that the last month of the Genfield step bylaws are not in there due to some technical issues with our swim program changing, but after that rain they went up roughly half a metre or so there was a bit of recharge there. So we're happy to take any questions.
Through the chair, it's not necessarily that I don't see it in this report, but what progress has been made on the Capella permanent water supply issue?
So through the chair, not much recently. So we did have the options. We're still waiting for to be able to get access to with the probable new ownership of the pipeline.
But I thought
to
that
get
had
access
already
to the
been
model.
finalised. I was led to believe that that had been finalised now.
Yeah, sorry, Gerard, yeah.
Through the chair, Councillor, we going through land tenure issues now on the pipeline. So Cedric's company is in engagement working with us to try and get their ownership of the pipelines and land tenure. As a result, we have yet to obtain that model.
So the council's trying to get ownership of pipeline.
No, we have to sort out the fact that they currently actually don't have ownership of the pipeline, the land in which the pipeline currently exists. So we have to do a 10-year arrangement with them on the current pipeline first, or not first, it has to be resolved. Because currently the BMA arrangement, the Derby will not sustain the current arrangement permanent to occupy that BMA had. So it has to give their own arrangement with us.
Okay. So has there been an investigation? I think it might have been Councillor McIndoe suggested investigating underground water, like going 1,000 feet down, or has there been any advancement on any of the other options?
Not for that, not deep groundwater. That area was pretty much under moratorium. The shallow bores are small capacity, but we have carried through the funding.
That had been lifted. That moratorium had been lifted.
I can follow up on that.
Don't you?
In relation to?
The deep, accessing deep groundwater.
Yeah, well, we've got the local feedback to say that's an angle, that's something that could be explored.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be deep, because I know there's no shallow.
But I don't have any details specifically, and we accept that that's a consideration.
So can we investigate that? Like, can we not just put all our eggs in one basket, but to actually explore other options so that we can get some growth? With the mine going to be opening up in the region, we'd like to be able to at least be able to grow and put more housing into Capella. Yet we just seem to be hovering on one outcome.
There is other options. I think it needs a 5 to 10 minute discussion at another forum. Happy to talk about today. I mean, it's just that the time is an issue. And it's just, I don't mean to create a big workshop out of it. I'm not asking that at all. But there is other alternatives, and we seem to be focused on acquisition of lands and agile infrastructure and everything. There could be other alternatives that are far more achievable. And I don't know whether we can go bigger dams. and harvest more at
It's evaporating.
flow times, blah, blah, blah. There is other, so,
And I do apologise for constantly bringing it up, but if I don't, it just gets off the radar and nothing will ever get done about it because you just sweep it under the carpet because you've got so much on your plate. I know that. So that's why I constantly now on about it.
No, it's not off the radar, it's not ever off the radar.
So just through the chair, we have carried the funding forward, so we still have the funding to
Thank you.
Does the cat's closet need water?
No, I forgot to show you the photos, sorry.
Just
Well,
check.
there-
Hold on,
a little bit of blood pressure tablets.
I'll have to go back on talking about the water.
Well, I guess, any of those things can be achieved. As I said, let's look at the options that, the NPC can provide and make them practical and so that we can understand them and all good ideas about it.
Chair, Mr. Mayor, we may hold a council workshop and replace some of those ideas.
So is any other questions on the boards and
Thank you.
those suppliers? And I think we saw a report today in terms of about the plan, you and Peter and Gerard have been to DNR in Brisbane.
Yeah, so we've started those stakeholder meetings with DNR and some of them.
Right, councillors, there's a department update there that's looking for a recommendation, so I'm happy to move that. Moved by councillor Nixon, second councillor Brimblecombe, moved and seconded, all in favour? Yes, thank you. Just get it fast, we must get out of here. Next one. CEO's report in relation to a department update. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is a departure from my normal report writing style. It's more notations and therefore it will be difficult to read and find, so I apologise for that. But just to close the loop to let you know that there is a record of my attendance at this seminar. I'm grateful for council allowing me to attend the seminar. I'm grateful for the support provided by Blackadder Associates for that to occur as well. Essentially, through 3 key actions and 5 focused behaviours, there's a way to transform a team from how it's currently performing to a high performing team. And that's something we've been working on as an executive leadership team since a very long time, but very deliberately since the 18th and 19th of January, where we had our development days, the Friday and Saturday, where we focused on team development. And this has added value to that process in terms of providing me with, and the team, with additional tools to use to maintain progress and learning. So it's happy to answer any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, well, I certainly am not qualified. It's certainly above my pay scale.
It's a step up from the mind map.
Yeah, certainly is.
It's more digestible than the mind map.
I was going to pull my map out of Canberra, now I'm not so sure.
No, you can do that. Any questions there? But clearly, obviously, it's an opportunity that I guess you'd say at a level of management that is right and appropriate to take, and certainly these sort of methodologies are quite driven, and I guess the reality is that there's high stakes here. I mean, obviously, the opportunity of exposing yourself to these and getting some better skills out of them is obviously a benefit for a lot of people. So I think you've done well. So.
Yeah, I've got a lot out of it, thanks.
And I did actually read it, Scott. And as I said, for me, it was more digestible in this format than, say, some of the other creativity. No, it was very good. As long as you got something out of it, that's amazing.
Well, councillors will, and Scott, that's probably got a lot of comments, but I mean, obviously that recommendation is that we receive that report, so I have to move that. Moved by councillor Roll, seconded. Councillor Godwin Smith, all in favour? Against, thank you. Right, councillors, is that all external stuff?
No, we've got it.
Late agenda, 7 late agenda.
Sorry, late agenda.
So, the late agenda item is the CHDC constitutional amendments. Mr. CEO, would you lead it all?
Yeah, I can, Mr. Mayor. So this is, these are the required amendments by or recommended by the board to council to consider. If council supports these constitutional amendments, it will create a greater degree of autonomy with its local government controlled entity. It will expand the objects of the entity. It will increase its powers, and specifically, it will expand the size of the board. And I draw your attention to pages 38 to 40, which is the detail around the amendments proposed. So the recommendation is to support this, and that will see alterations to clauses 6.1, 7.1 and 25.1 of the Constitution, which starts on page 47. And I might just take you through those step by step if I can. And I'll just open up this. So we'll start on 6.1. I know it's perhaps a bit slow, but it's open now, I've got it now. If you go to page 38, you can all go to page 38 for me. I'll just take you through each of these changes. So that's a special resolution that, if this gets up here today, this is a special resolution that would be passed by the board. So first off, we're talking about changes to clause 25.1, and this will allow the 3 new independent directors to come on the board of CHDC. I won't parrot to you the changed wording in the Constitution, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about that. So if you want to look at it in its present form, it's page 12, page 12, 25, so it starts at page 47. I know that's not helpful, but I'll take you to the exact page. If you want to have a comparison. So that will be page 50, no, 58. 58. So 58 is the current wording of the Constitution. And all that's happening here with this change is it's allowing for the additional 3 members.
Is there a reason that we've got to rush this through today?
Yeah, because I haven't read this.
There's an hour allocated to the discussion of this, and I haven't actually read the report.
No, neither have I.
Oh, look, I think Marnie might be able to comment. This might have been one of the reports that you can go through. One docs on that. Or when did you get this one?
Just on Saturday.
Issued it on Saturday.
There's only 15 minutes.
It's dated the 10th, and it's the first time I've seen it.
Yeah, me too.
And I'd like to move we defer this, because I think we need some time to discuss it.
I'd like to read through it online.
Well, the mayor's been proposed to move it to defer, but just until he speaks, I'll jump in and just foreshadow the few changes that have been made. One is to expand the membership, and that goes back to a strategy discussion where there was consensus to do that over a year ago. The second change is about expanding the objects of CHDC, which is section 6.1, and requisite with that is the need to make some administrative changes, as well as to expand the powers of CHDC, and that's what's in the detailed special resolution. I take the point that you received it on Saturday, or should have received it on Saturday, and some may not have at the moment.
But a lot of us didn't receive it on Saturday because it was on that. So regardless of when it was put out, we didn't receive it.
We might have to go back to manual distribution methods on that, because this technology is really hindering our meetings.
No, it's certainly dated the 10th of June, which is only yesterday.
I'm probably looking at the wrong one.
I've got 2 different, we've got, no, you're looking at the strategic improvement, the summary or.
Yeah, I've got the wrong agenda item.
No, there's an attachment from the strategic improvement for
But still, no.
If I can just add, there was, there, on the second page of that report is the summary of the recommendations, which might help. And some of you may remember that it was a report that was brought to council. KPMG did the strategic review of CHDC, governance review of CHDC in November 2017. There was a president, James Matthews from KPMG, came and presented to council in early 2018. And the recommendations in the blue box on page 4, if we've got the same one, summarises those recommendations. So there's been a period of time where the discussions with the board and other reports to council have talked about these changes, but this is part of the process of the legal process with Fred Venture to get the correct wording, the process with another one of the council's external auditors in terms of the wording, and with the changes that have come through, and then we need the approval by council as the final stage before that constitutional change is able to happen.
So is there an urgency to have it today? Like, is there a deadline that you?
No, look, I will say this, and I'm not for one moment suggesting if someone wanted to defer this, that it can be considered, but these are only just, I mean, the documentation is not representative of the detail. As Sandra said, these have been brought to council before to talk about the changes to the board. So these were just, we would have had a, we would have adopted this probably a little while ago, except for some detail our auditor requested.
Yeah.
So this is really only the words, so it wasn't so much about the intent that we're actually going to be discussed today. It's more just the words to actually back up the fact that the board would be expanded, and then obviously in relation to obviously the hierarchy within the document, and I don't know whether I'm using the right terms there, Mr. CEO, but then obviously that they refer to. So just formulated the fact that it extended to three directors to size board. So certainly the detail is probably a little bit misleading. It's just all the documents in relation to the very simple fact that we're changing the structure of the board and the two intents with the powers.
And council, I'll just move this down in relation to, in relation to the report you're talking about that says 60 minutes, that's actually a January 2018.
Yeah, I just realised that.
So that's the previous report.
But there's 73 pages there. And there's 73 pages in this report before us here today. And I'm sorry, but it's been asked at least 2 times, is there an urgency for it to be done today? And if there's not, I think 2 people have already proposed to move that we actually defer it.
I moved that we defer it.
Moved by Councillor Nixon, we defer it. Seconded by Councillor Bell. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Defer.
And just through the chair, and I have raised this issue before about the number of late agenda items that are given to us. You know, in all fairness, I don't think that is right to be presenting late agenda items. And I've mentioned it before, and I don't know how everyone else feels about it, but, you know, we have a right to do due diligence on our paperwork, and at times we aren't receiving that privilege.
No, and that's fine, Councillor Simon, but I mean, it was a case of this obviously was a little bit late.
Yeah, the reason it was late is because it was pending legal advice and the wording of the recommendation. And that only came through post the agenda cut-off, and you're quite right, I probably
I'm not
shouldn't
just
have.
talking about this one.
I know it's hard to generally say, you know, that we can never have a late agenda. You'll see one here very soon that requires response to the Coordinator General by the 21st of June. I mean, I can deal with those things. It's preferable to have council's view on some of these matters, and therefore that only came through yesterday. It's a classic case of that should be an acceptable late agenda item. It's hard to make a hard pass rule, but I take the point. I shouldn't have made this a late agenda item, and I apologise for doing so. It was disrespectful to council's time preparing for a meeting.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, councillors, well, having said that, now for late agenda item 2.
Yeah, we've got about 3.
With a couple to go. Councillors, this is in respect of CQ Rock, and we would have seen that
defer Mr. Mayor, council's has
so is that,
Didn't this come to us?
yes, it did, but this is an update on that.
Update.
I thought we all voted on it, didn't we?
Yeah, it was, and this is, so if you want to leave this off to see.
Yeah, I can.
I think there's a fairly good level of understanding about where the history of this, so it probably won't take too long to skip through this one.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. Originally, through a flying minute of sorts, the Mayor sought the views of councillors in relation to these 5 questions around changing the voting arrangements associated with CQ Rock in preparation for their plans to become an incorporated body. And the Mayor diligently responded in accordance with the majority of responses received. And at that time, the council indicated that it supported all of the suggestions, which are primarily suggestions made by Rockhampton Regional Council. And in the process of collating responses from individual member councils, it was identified that there was a deadlock of sorts that doesn't really allow things to progress. And our council has been requested, would you like to reconsider your approach here? If we were to reconsider our approach, and I'm encouraging council to at least consider it, and in line with the resolution, which is still allowing the autonomy to a degree that Rockhampton seeks through supporting suggestion number 5, but not supporting the first 4, it would create a majority situation where the CQ Rock would move forward and progress the incorporation process. But it means taking a stand on how matters would be dealt with the CQ Rock leaders. So you can see those headings there. The first one was a proposal that 2 local governments that are competing for jobs, and a unanimous decision will be required. Originally, we said we support that. I'm suggesting, recommending that we don't support that now and give autonomy to a majority, just a majority, plain majority approach taken at a CQ Rock meeting. The second one was 2 local governments that are competing for grants. A unanimous decision will be required. And again, for the same reasons, if you had one council, for example, say, no, well, things can't progress. CQ Rock has been in this real state of being somewhat, it's not now, not necessarily now, but it has been in a state of being somewhat ineffective since the winding up the Central Queensland Local Government Association because of matters like this. Item 3 was around 2 local governments competing for a development. A unanimous decision will be required. Originally, we said we support that. I'm recommending that we don't support that. And item 4 was 2 local governments deciding on a matter that is in regard to economic development. Again, a unanimous decision will be required. We said we supported that originally. I'm recommending that we don't support that. And lastly, item 5, where any decision is made about the assets of any individual local government, the decision will require the support of the owner of the asset impacted by the decision, being that specific local government. We supported that originally, and I'm certainly recommending that we support that now. If you support this recommendation, things can move forward. If you don't, I guess it's back to the drawing board. Why this matter is quite important is that if we can't get past this as a group of 6, it's making it very difficult to come up with the structure and the rules for the Super Rock, which is expanding it to 10 councils. And it might be prudent for the Mayor or Deputy Mayor to add some comments to this report, because I understand through my conversations with Acting Mayor Nigel Hutton from Livingston Shire Council that it was jokingly said some time back that at the rate we're progressing this, we won't be able to sign off on this until we meet at Alga in Canberra. And everyone laughed and said, what a silly proposition. There's no way in the world it will take that long. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are at an impasse, and it really requires council to make a decision here for things to move forward. If you don't, I'm not saying we can't move forward, it will just prolong and detract the time associated with really getting together and working effectively as a region.
So look, well, I will add something to that. Look, in the first instance, I mean, when we sent this out, and I think you will recall, it was quite, the explanation that we actually, in how it was articulated to us was quite confusing. And the Rock actually discussed that and actually had a second go at that, I think, if you can recall. And then obviously, certainly there was no influence on any councillor to see a particular, I suppose, prerogative on any of the on any of the matters there. So the reality is there that, as Scott rightly points out, we do come to a conundrum. You could argue, well, look, that was what we said before, so that was their decision. I guess it's just the result now is there, and obviously, I suppose if you consider that obviously Rockhampton will clearly support its own self, the reality would be that there would be probably a majority of councillors that would obviously want to certainly respect the decision about assets of an individual local government, but certainly not supporting it there being a requirement for a unanimous decision in respect to the other. So that was the reason and the opportunity to come back and actually have a reconsideration on those points. So I think that's about it. Councillor, any questions?
No, we're just actually, through the chair, we're just actually joining the rest of them. Yeah.
Well, that's why they requested it, and whilst it's, I don't know whether people find it offensive. We provided the decision, but I mean, it was on the basis of seeing what the balance of our committee or the balance of this committee, this association supported. I guess they're asking us to reconsider in the interest of going forward.
The other three had the balance of power anyway, didn't they? But anyway, I have no objection. I'll move that we do.
Sorry?
I'll move that we do that as recommended.
Right. Second, moved by Councillor Nixon, second Councillor Riddlecombe, that the recommendation is that we advise the CQ Rock that the response to our alterations to voting arrangements will be as per the recommendation column there that says we do not support the 1, 2, 3 first 4, then we continue our support for the 5th situation. That's what we're clearly voting on here. So councillors moved and seconded, those in favour? Against? All right, thank you, councillor. Thanks, councillor. Yep. Right. Later, agenda item 3.
This is accessible while we're experiencing technological problems, councillors. This is available on the website. You can't access it via Oxford Tab. Daniel will introduce it.
All right, thank you, Daniel. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Councillors, our CEO did briefly mention this one earlier, where we've received information to identify our opportunity in the northern part of our region where the Olive Downs project, albeit sits up in the Isaac region, the 125 kilometre radius that's connected to the Strong and Sustainable Resources Communities Act, whereby that area is to be supported by the mine, and the mine is to support that area through employment and other initiatives. So this correspondence we've received is to provide an answer to why Central Highlands Regional Council should be considered with that particular, the Olive Downs project, and why we fall within that act and how our region can benefit from this particular project. So it's as simple as getting council support to collate the appropriate information and write to the Coordinator General in response to this request.
If I could add to that, Mr. Mayor, councillors, that because the report is a late agenda item, it was only, even though it's dated June 7th, it was only received via electronic mail yesterday. The quality of the report is, the quality of the report is appropriate for the time we've had to issue this, which is only this morning. So our recommendation is a little bit benign. If you wanted to add some value to that recommendation or make some suggestions regarding the response council should make, that would be approved. And again, apologies for the late agenda item.
Well, when you say that, I mean, the recommendation there says that we prepare a written submission on behalf of them. I mean, obviously, in respect of this, those two communities clearly make it in on the northern end, so they're only obviously clearly on the edge of opportunity there. So, is there some peculiar value we would add to that other than the fact we would just identify ourselves as yes, we're in?
Well, Mr. Mayor, it's more than that. If you look at page 7, at the bottom of Coordinator General Barry Gray's letter, page 1 of his letter, he states that he has discretionary decision powers in listing towns as nearby regional communities. This includes not listing towns that meet the basic criteria, but also including towns that don't meet the basic criteria. And we didn't want to exercise our discretion in responding as council's role of response. So you might want to make a suggestion that those towns are not included, or that Emerald is included. I'm not too sure, and that's why it's here today.
I think for business houses,
You can suggest that.
but he has further discretion.
Sorry?
He's stating that he does have that further discretion, so if we were to include industrial centres such as Hastings and Hitachi's and blah, blah, blah. Is Emerald, and especially with the development of the inland hub and what we could do there, so it's probably has potential to enlist Emerald on it.
Yeah.
Emerald and Yamala.
Yeah.
4720, which would encompass both.
Yeah.
One thing we haven't done, Mr Mayor, is consult with ISAC Regional Council, simply because the time hasn't permitted.
But I think they've always been very strong supporters of the Act, and certainly very right. So I think the reality would be that they would encourage, obviously, people to functionally respond to the provision. So councillors, we would like to add Emerald and Yamala into that proposal.
I appreciate that he has the discretion. You know, the views of GMC and reforms there in relation to this as well. What are your thoughts?
It's a bit of an indication of where.
I haven't actually had a chance to read the report.
Yeah, but you probably have information and context around that actual project itself. What are your thoughts in terms of?
I'll take that on.
Well, from my knowledge, the last application that, I guess you say, triggered this response, there was actually some communities, I think I was excluded in one case. And so there was really a discretionary activity by the Coordinator General. So, I guess it's a case of if you want to put it in, at least, recognise the fact that potentially, whilst they're potentially outside the radius, reality is those, our community and certainly Yamala have been functionally set up and have tenants that actually would respond to potential opportunities. That's what I would think.
Just in terms of the identification of the jobs that they're forecasting, and something that we've got the CQ Job Link, as you're aware, and currently I think there's about 120, 130 vacancies on that site, and that's across Isaac and Central Highlands. And there's also, we're finding that businesses and local residents are being impacted just in terms of attracting skilled and retaining skilled staff, but also the cost of accommodation is increasing. So one of the things we're looking at is actually having discussions with proponents and industry representatives around what their future plans are and what they're going to be looking for, because when you look at 1,000 operational jobs, and that's just one, and a number of others that we know are coming on board, and we will have the department talking at the Industry and Innovation Forum in relation to where they're seeing the forecast as being. But we need to be careful about the impact we have on our communities and our businesses and their ability to sustain that response. We've been through a significant impact in the past and what that has meant. So, and particularly Council for the Future in terms of planning for the infrastructure and social and recreational needs of that sort of workforce, particularly if they're going to be promoting that everybody live in the region for these vacancies. Just in terms of what our capability is to respond to that needs, or whether, but if we can plan in conjunction with them, it's a really important aspect of how that's managed.
And I suppose if we extend the radius to include Emerald and Yamala, it spreads it across a bigger our region. So people from the area.
The reality is it's impacting quite significantly, particularly if there's staff locked in, the impact on the impact on accommodation, the roads, the schools, the medical facilities, all of those health checks that are required for that sector. And we had another meeting today with another proponent for the resources sector and what they're planning. So everybody's planning a growth. Some of the meetings we've been having with Queensland Resource Council and some of the others is about we need to have that regional resources roundtable to actually start identifying what that impact is going to be on the region and not just how we respond to that across community and business, but also how council plans for that in the future as well.
And on that basis, should we include Blackwater? It's a quick skip up through the benefit weir, isn't it? That's right.
Well, look, the fact is, all you've been asked to do is obviously identify opportunity, and there are already people in this community and Blackwater that actually travel and work in Moranbah. So I guess it's not about, saying how many people will, won't, or will think about it, but the reality is those people already do that. Councillor Rock.
Can I just, I don't know if it has any, I think it has. If you go back to page 21, number 8 of that original first decision that we made today about the material change of use for short-term accommodation. Number 8 of that, proposed development seeks to establish a district centre activity, short-term accommodation, outside the identified district activity centre, Springsure Capella. So does that mean that there's only Springsure and Capella that actually got district centre activity, as in short-term accommodation, which means that this sort of stuff, anybody who comes in for short-term accommodation is not going to get it in Emerald, Blackwater, or where does that come from?
For the chair, so that specifically relates to the strategic framework of the scheme in relation to identifying district centres for those type of uses. That doesn't mean to say that those uses that they've proposed in an appropriate zoning that they won't be supported under the scheme.
So it's only in that zone.
All right, so what are we saying? Are we going to put Blackwater in as well?
Yeah,
Blackwater, Emerald and Yamala? Sorry?
I can ask the business attraction manager to respond to it as well.
Yeah, well, I guess if you're going to draft a response, and this is coming from, we can obviously engage the services of business attraction.
So Peter Dowling,
472.
Yeah.
02.
And put them in. Well, happy to do that.
That was our to Ralston, remember, it's a dreaded postcode.
So it's just about including them.
I think the mayor's suggestion is to maybe further again that prior to providing its response to the CG, that CHRC consult with Peter Dowling. Yeah, well, yeah, proper title. Sorry.
Investment attraction manager. Right, Councillor, get everything, capture everything?
So we did, I heard some murmurings, Mr Mayor, around the postcode being referenced and also Ralston. At this stage on the screen, it's just Emerald, Yamala, Blackwater and Dingo.
No, yeah, all I was pointing out was to Councillor Daniels that 4702 is probably not an appropriate reference because because of how many communities it actually does reference, and not all of them would be relevant to be included in this.
Just, could we reword that potential for industrial expansion in Emerald and Yammer or something, rather than, because I think we're talking about towns, aren't they? In that list they've got there, and I just think that we should, if we're going to name Yammer, we probably should be putting in some industrial potential.
Yes, Yamala, according to this, if you look at the Coppabella reference in there, Yamala won't make it as a town.
No,
Yeah, exactly.
that's why I'm saying it's,
So why is
But
it uplift?
So you may as well, you can drop it out. Probably.
Yeah, I just think.
or rather than that's as industrial.
Well, we could leave it in just there and perhaps Councillor Nixon suggesting in parentheses after, we might be able to reference the fact that it's a burgeoning industrial centre for Queensland.
Through the chair, on the page about what the Coordinator General would consider in terms of being a nearby regional community, so that's page 11, I believe. Towns which have a population of less than 200 people can also be considered a nearby regional community as well, so.
So it's not emerald.
It is actually technically still recognised with a postcode. If you ever go to a drop box, it always comes up with it.
We better put the willows in there, it's under 200.
Right, does that capture it?
Yeah.
Well, that turned out to be a giant recommendation from a small report. People happy with that? Someone happy to move that?
I'll move.
Moved by Councillor Gilbertson, second by Councillor Sypher. All in favour? Against? Thank you.
We just need to start, Mr Mayor, in a period of less than 2 hours, I can put that report together as a late item for council's consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Daniel. Right, councillors, we need to move to closed session. Councillor Daniel.
I'm sorry, I must apologise if I got my dates wrong. I could stay for hours. I don't know.
Just like half an hour, just like half an hour, little bit. That's it. Okay, yeah.
It's still an hour or something.
While you're still going well, and you're well enough to be here. So councillors, we do need to move to closed session. Someone move that we do. Moved by Councillor Goldsmith, second by Councillor Dixon. All in favour? Against? Thank you.
Yeah, we're right now.
Sorry. So, councillors, we revert back to our agenda items out of our closed session. This is a decision required in relation to endorsement of tenders. Here, number 2009-2005C, in relation to the airport pavement upgrade. Recommendation is there that we award the tender to Boral Resources for that amount, and for the optional under stone mastic asphalt alternative tender. Okay, is that up there? All right, councillor, someone have to move that? Move by councillor Cypher, second by councillor Daniels. All in favour? Yes, thank you. All right, councillors, the second item there was in relation to awarding the tender T009C in relation to the Emil Airport pavement upgrade, which is the project management support and contract administration services, and that's for an amount of $269,796 to be awarded to GHD Pipes Limited. It's up to you. I have to move that. Moved by councillor Nixon, second by councillor Brindleton. Moved and seconded. All in favour? Against? Thank you.
I moved it, Scott. What smoke? Leave it up there.
Good marked down. Sorry.
History. There you go. Sorry, page 133. Now this is the proposed purchase of lot 55 and SP 142401, which is New Street. So there's a three-part resolution here that resolved to purchase lot 55 from the vendor for the purpose of establishing a green link between Norton Park South and western side of Mackinac. Authorise the CEO to negotiate the purchase price with the provisos and conditions in there. And then 3, authorise the CEO to execute the contract of sale and all necessary documentation with effect to the transfer of lot 55. That's up there. All right, someone having to move that? Moved by councillor Gordon Smith, second councillor McIndoe. All in favour? Yeah, hands up please. All in favour? 1, 2, 3. 4. Those against? 4.
So what's the name?
Sorry?
What are you using there for?
No, I'm for it. Yep.
Carry on the screen.
Okay, so that will carry 5-4. Councillors, anyone want to have their vote recorded?
Yeah.
Councillor Rolfe, Councillor Nixon, Councillor Cypher, Councillor Bell would like to have their vote recorded, please. Against the purchase of that land. Right. The next report was a compliance for update, which is only the report that we're going to receive. So councillors, it was there on page 138. Someone happy to move that? Receive that report. Moved by councillor Brindleton, second by councillor Gordon Smith. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Is that for you? 148 is in relation to the Civic Centre land donation. That recommendation there is the receipt of that information again. Councillor, someone happy to move that? Moved by councillor Brindleton, seconded. Councillor Rolfe, all in favour? Against? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I just 233. 233. I haven't got those page numbers on my agenda.
It's sort of hidden on the inspect ones.
No, but on here, see the page says page 83. I suspect that's if you don't have the attached.
Different version.
There was an issue with the.
It's a fair bit there one anyway.
Yeah. Any day now.
Very close.
Very close here. Right, councillors. So that is also a receipt of information report. That's the update on the Fairburn Dam recreation area and discussions with Sunwater. Someone happy to move that? Moved by councillor McIndoe, second councillor Nixon. Moved and seconded, all in favour? Against? Thank you, councillors. And the last item today was in relation to development of truck infrastructure for Cove Point, and that we received that report noting the requirement for council to contribute to the cost of constructing that trunk infrastructure. Someone have to move that. Moved by Councillor Godwin-Smith, second Councillor McIndoe. All in favour? Against? Thank you. Councillors, general business.
Just very quickly, if I may, Mr Mayor, I'd like to acknowledge I think it was the Finance Committee this morning for a recommendation from myself to be nominated to go to, I believe, Melbourne or the airport. Gold Coast, was it? Oh, I wish I'd known that.
Is that changing your mind?
No, thank you. I'd like to decline. I have spoken with Solomon in regards to it and discussed at length, and I'd like to decline that opportunity. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Maynard. We'll make a note of that. Right, any other business?
Just noting that earlier motion, we also need to go to the Northern Alliance or Northern.
Yes.
I will not be attending as well.
And so we'll put it done at some point. Right. We've had enough, that might be it. Thank you very much for your diligence and perseverance today. It's been a big agenda, and obviously some of those points taken on board. The time is 7:07 PM, there being no further business. Declare the meeting closed.
I still had distracted.
Right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No. No.